me again in a movie, and I don't know how to act anyway, so why am I doing this? So is it just women who have imposter syndrome? No. But research generally shows that more women than men do have it. And that brings up a question of why, which also opens up an enormous can of worms about feminism and misogyny in education and in the workplace. It's also deeply tied into stereotypes. Imposter syndrome has a higher prevalence in anyone who is different than the majority of their peers. So women in traditionally male-dominated careers or fields, like, for example, I don't know, music theory, may experience this feeling at higher rates. Minorities also experience imposter syndromes at a higher rate. It may also just be that women talk more openly about their feelings than men do. I have talked one-on-one with quite a few men, including men that are my colleagues, men here, who all experience imposter syndrome, but who don't really seem to talk about it, and certainly not talk about it publicly. It's not just limited to careers. Students frequently feel this way as well. I've heard students say things like, I don't know how I got in, they must have mixed up my audition tape with someone else, or I only did well on that test or in that course because it was easy, or everyone else in my studio must have tanked that audition in order for me to get placed in that ensemble. Grad students appear to be particularly susceptible to imposter syndrome. So going for a graduate degree, whatever it's in, is a kind of commitment to a particular discipline. You're expected to be a master of something. It's right there in the name. But it's also right when you realize that there's so much more to the field or discipline and that you have so much more to learn. So graduate students tend to start wondering if they belong there. There might mean that institution, there might mean academia, there might mean that field. They look at their classmates and they think that everyone is smarter or better or more pulled together than they are. A quick anecdote, I had, a few years ago, there was a colleague of mine was teaching a class on Schenker, and there were 7 people in the class. Every single one of them came into my office crying at some point. My office, not my colleagues, because they felt like they were so far behind in this class, and everyone else was doing so great, and everyone else understood the material, but I don't get it, I don't get it. And after like the 6th person came in, I'm like, y'all need to talk to each other, because each one of you has been in here saying that you feel like you're the only one not getting it, and that's obviously not true. So if you can't read this, grad school where half the people suffer from the imposter syndrome and the other half don't know what the hell they're doing. All these people really seem to have it together, and I still have no idea what's going on. Okay, so there we go. What about the half of people that don't feel like frauds? What about people who are not good at something, but are sure that they actually are really good at it? This is called the Dunning-Kruger effect. Basically, it's an inability to recognize your own ineptitude. So as an example, statistically, half of the drivers in the world are better than average, and half are worse than average. That's what average means. But if you ask people if their own driving skills are better or worse than average, something like 85% of people will tell you that they're a better than average driver. Some of those people are wrong. And actually worse than average, but they're incapable of an accurate self-assessment of their skills. Basically, if you're actually incompetent, you probably don't know that you are, because the skills required for self-assessment are exactly the skills you need to have to determine competence. Okay, so who has imposter syndrome? Me. I walk into the classroom or the meeting room wondering if this is going to be the day that someone stands up and tells me I have no idea what I'm doing. Even in freshman music theory. Every time I get an article published, I'm convinced it's because reviewers and editors didn't really read it. Every time I give a talk, I'm waiting to be denounced as a fraud. There was a meta moment when I was writing this talk and I was talking to my husband and I'm like, oh my God, am I qualified to give this talk? He just left the room. So, you know, but there's also elements to my imposter syndrome where I wonder constantly how I was fortunate enough to get my job. And there's that language again, right? How I was fortunate enough, not good enough, fortunate enough. I have friends who have struggled for a long time to find jobs in this discipline, and I got lucky, and I got a tenure-track job right after my PhD, and then I somehow managed to fool people into believing that I was competent, and I somehow got tenure. That's my internal monologue. That's what happens in my head. It's uncomfortable to hear someone say that, isn't it? So why do we say it to ourselves about ourselves? I want to try a quick, uncomfortable experiment. I want you to think of a time where you felt like an imposter. If you never have, you're lucky, but think of a time where you felt like an imposter. Try to come up with 1 or 2 words that express how you felt. So I want you now to turn to somebody next to you and introduce yourself using those words. So in my case, it would be, "Hi, I'm incompetent." Go. Okay, now I want you to think about those words that people just said to you. Are they words that you would use to describe those people? Do you think the words you chose are words other people would use to describe you? But that's a loaded question, right? Because imposter syndrome is about I'm fooling them. One of these days they're gonna realize I'm incompetent and I've just been fooling them this whole time. So they just don't know that's true yet. So it's sort of fraught, right? We can say I shouldn't think about myself this way, or other people don't think about me that way, but right? Okay. So there's a number of theories about why people develop imposter syndrome. We've been brought up to believe that our self-worth is contingent upon achievement. This frequently happens to people who are high achieving at an early age and whose achievements seem to come naturally to them. Or we look at someone else and we think about how effortless they make something look, and know how much effort we put into something, and we feel like we'll never live up to that standard. The irony is we put a lot of effort into making things look effortless. Imposter syndrome and perfectionism tend to happen together. In order to avoid being seen as a fraud, someone with imposter syndrome may develop a perfectionist tendency and over-prepare for every situation. These people tend to avoid new situations or new risks because they're afraid of being exposed as the fraud. Or a perfectionist may complete something but believe that they haven't put their best effort into it, so when they get praise for it, their internal voice tells them that they didn't really do good enough. They could have done better. Imposters have problems tolerating positive feedback. They tend to discount multiple positive remarks and focus on one bad remark as being true. Think about your student evaluations. Which ones stick in your head? It's the bad ones, right? Or maybe that's just me, I don't know. People with imposter syndrome can sabotage themselves because of these feelings, though. They may avoid asking for promotions or higher salaries or other responsibilities because they feel like they're not qualified or they're not ready. They may avoid taking on new opportunities because they're afraid of failing. They may not submit that paper to that conference or that journal because it's not perfect yet. They may not take gigs because they're afraid they won't be able to perform at an appropriately high level. All of these things can add up, and suddenly you have real, tangible effects of repeatedly diminishing your own abilities and your own self-worth. That's me. So I've learned more actually about how to handle my imposter syndrome through playing roller derby with the Lansing Derby Vixens than I did in about 45 years worth of life. When I started playing roller derby, I was twice the age of many of my teammates. I constantly thought, I'm not good enough, I don't belong here. I almost quit in frustration so many times. And I didn't even see that I was getting better because I was constantly comparing myself to other people. And then when people started telling me I was good, I thought they were just being nice to me because they felt bad for me. And then I started winning awards. I started winning like most valuable blocker awards in games. And I thought the opposing team was just picking the wrong person, or that they were rewarding me for trying so hard when you're so old. But I realized I was doing the same thing in derby that I do in my professional life. And I tried to change the way I thought about derby because it was a much less high-stakes environment than my professional life. So I started acknowledging my achievements and my strengths in derby. I allowed myself to feel like I belonged on my league's top team. I recognized and allowed myself to believe that I had become one of the best skaters in my league and that I'd become a leader in my league on and off the track. So did it work? Have I magically stopped having imposter syndrome in either derby or in my professional life? Nope. But I'm working on it. And I think that a sort of slow transformation where you are able to embrace something, even if it's not your professional career, something, that type of slow transformation is the best that someone can hope for. Thank you.
So we're going to hold questions and discussion to after all of our speakers speak. And our next speaker is Elizabeth Sayers, who is serving as dean at Ohio University. And she is going to give us a talk entitled Evolving Your Inner Imposter. So let's welcome Elizabeth.
Thank you. I don't have pictures, but what I do have is I was just coming down the escalator, and the person in front of me took their backpack, and I was holding a cup of coffee, and they flung it over their shoulder and spilled my coffee all over me. So what is better for someone with imposter syndrome to know you're standing in front of a bunch of people with slowly accreting coffee stains on your clothing? So if you see blotches, that's unintentional, just so you know. I am a dean and I'm a senior vice provost, and I consider myself an accidental administrator. When I began my career as a faculty member in music theory, it was never my goal to move into administration, and the truth is that I never planned to do what I am doing today, and I think of most of my jobs in life and most of my career trajectory as essentially accidental. So, for example, I'm a music theorist, obviously, and my primary instrument is oboe. I was not supposed to play the oboe. I really, really, really wanted to play the bassoon because I thought that was the coolest instrument when I was in 4th grade, because there was this woman at my church who used to play the bassoon and play Oh Holy Night every Christmas Eve, and as a 9-year-old, that was the coolest thing on the planet. I went back as a teenager and heard it. Oh, it was bad. It was really bad. So the only problem is that while I come from a very musical family, so my grandfather hustled music during the Depression by making bar bets about whether he could play something or not all across the desert Southwest. We weren't a very musically literate family. So my entire family thought the bassoon was called an oboe. So when I was in 4th grade, and they're like, well, what instrument would you like to play? Because I grew up in Wisconsin, which was very progressive, and you start your instrument in 4th grade. I was like, I would like an oboe, please. And they brought out this little tiny instrument, and I was like, oh my God, that's not the thing. But I was so mortified to know that I didn't know what the instrument that I wanted to play was called. I was just like, yes, I would love that oboe. Thank you very much. And that is my first fantastic accident. So I grew to love the oboe. It is really better than bassoon, if I say so myself. Sorry. And I fast forward many, many, many years, and I finished my doctorate in music theory and settled into being a music theory professor, and I thought, phew, this is it, mission accomplished, here's my career, and I focused on teaching and research and service and all the things that we do. Until someone nominated me for faculty senate. And I said, no, that's ridiculous, I'll never get elected. And I got elected. And then they nominated me for secretary. And I said, that's ridiculous, I'll never get elected. I got elected. When they nominated me for vice chair, I feel like we've had parallel lives. Until I became chair of faculty senate at my institution. And I was all of a sudden working with faculty from every discipline on issues that affected all of our students in the entire institution. As my faculty senate term was ending, a colleague suggested that I apply for the newly opened Dean of University College position. And I laughed off the suggestion and I said, that's hilarious. Here are 3 people who would be better at the job than I am, and here is why. Reflecting the national research on female job seekers, I really did not consider myself qualified for the position because I did not meet 100% of the requirements for the job. But that person was very persistent and encouraged me to apply. And I really enjoyed myself at the interview, but I vividly remember picking up the phone to call the provost and withdraw. If we did not have cell phones where you had to push the button to send it, I would have withdrawn from that search. The next day, the provost called me and offered me the job. So I thought, phew, this is it. I'm a dean, settled in this position, I'm gonna figure this out. It's gonna be great. Till about a year and a half later, when the dean of the College of Fine Arts stepped down unexpectedly mid-year, and the provost asked me to step in until we found a replacement. Guess what I said? I said, that's hilarious. I'm not qualified for that job. I know 3 other people who would be better at that job than me, and here are reasons why. She persisted in convincing me to give it a try. So I spent just over a year and a half in that position until we were able to hire a terrific new dean of the College of Fine Arts, who is also a music theorist, and I happily returned to my job. And I was like, phew, good, that detour is over. I can get back to something that I might be able to eventually figure out eventually. Until about 6 months later, when our executive vice president and provost had to step down unexpectedly mid-year. And the president called me on my birthday, made me come into the office, it was really annoying, and asked me to step in until we found a replacement. And I literally said, that's hilarious. I know 3 other people who would be better at that job than I am, and here's why. And he persisted, and I spent about 7 months in that position until we hired a new executive vice president and provost just over a year ago. So in the past 5 years, I have managed an $800 million budget, which, like, that's not even real money. Like, you can't even conceptualize that much money. I helped start a new university-wide honors program. I've hiked in the Grand Tetons with faculty to help them figure out how to develop deep place-based learning experiences. And I still have imposter syndrome. It is so annoying. So consider the definition of imposter syndrome, which Lee shared with us so lovely. The internal experience of believing that you're not as competent as other people experience you to be, so that any success, of course, is fraudulent and horrible. My accidental career trajectory narrative is actually a classic example of an imposter syndrome narrative. But it's also a story inflected by multiple factors. In my case, of socioeconomic status, of class, of cultural capital, of gender. Imposter syndrome was first, of course, described for high-achieving women, and recent studies have found that it impacts some minoritized populations more than others, and that imposter syndrome is context-dependent. For example, people are more likely to experience imposter syndrome when beginning a new task or when they differ from the contextual peer group. As Gardner et al. Note, most studies of imposterism have viewed imposter syndrome as a trait-like characteristic. But in contrast, these perceptions of being an imposter are somewhat malleable, triggered by certain characteristics of the context, and subject to management. In other words, imposter syndrome isn't actually about you. It's not your fault. It's about the complex intersections of difference, of gender, race, class, sexual orientation, gender identity, and the like, that depending on the context can fuel a sense of being an imposter. So coping with imposter syndrome is not about self-improvement, right? It's about figuring out how to manage how differences interact with systemic inequalities and how that impacts you. So I wanted to share 5 techniques that have helped me evolve my understanding of my inner imposter. And again, I want to emphasize these are not ways to fix yourself, right? But ways to manage the contexts that create imposter syndrome. In other words, this is not some kind of Sheryl Sandberg lean in kind of hooey, okay? Okay. So my first tech, thank you very much. We were doing a reading group on lean in, and we started calling it lean in my ass. Yes, it's just, it's a problem. So 1, normalize it. Some recent studies have shown that 70% of people experience imposter syndrome at some point. Recognize that fact and talk about it. I think we're making good progress. As Lee showed, we got lots of memes out there. My favorite is a recent meme that talked about meta-imposter syndrome, right? So in fact, when you know a lot of people have imposter syndrome, but you've witnessed how competent they are, so obviously they're not like you, the real imposter. Yeah. So it's out there in culture, I know, but we've evolved to the meta-imposter syndrome. I share my story every year with a women's leadership group, and every year they are surprised that I have imposter syndrome. So no matter how much it is in the culture, it's much different to identify it among ourselves as a thing. So normalize it. 2, like Lee, take comfort in the Dunning-Kruger effect. The idea that the less competent you are, the more likely you are to overestimate how competent you are, and vice versa. And the inflection I would add to what Lee said is that remember that feeling like an imposter doesn't have much to do with what you've done. It has to do with how you feel. And importantly, research in this area indicates that understanding our own competence and abilities is a skill. And we can use things like metacognition to improve that skill at assessing our own competence. Okay. 3, find your people. A study by Bednar et al. Found that it's helpful to reach out to people who aren't part of the peer group that makes you feel like an imposter, such as family, friends, significant others, roller derby pals. For me, it's runners because I'm an old runner also. But if you run, you're a runner. You don't have to be good at it, you just are. Fantastic. They can tell you truthfully when you're being awesome, and be honest when you're in areas that you're really struggling with, and keep a really good gut check for you. You need that group of people. Okay. 4, recognize your impact, part 1. I hope one thing that came through in my narrative is that at almost every decision point where I was telling myself no, someone else was saying yes. Who are you telling to say yes? Right? No matter how much of an imposter you are, there are others who look up to you and your abilities. And what you say can have a huge impact. Even if you're an undergrad, your fellow undergrads you can have an impact on them. If you're an adjunct professor, an assistant professor, you have grad students, you have undergraduate students that you work with that look up to you. Are you actively looking for ways to reach out to those who may not be stepping forward on their own, especially in minoritized groups, and recognizing what they're achieving? Who are you helping to say yes, right? And then finally, recognize your impact, part 2. Focus on making sure that you are not replicating the conditions that lead to imposter syndrome, right? You can actually create imposter syndrome in others by what you do in your classrooms, in your labs, in your research groups. Who are you making feel like an imposter in your classroom, in your department, with your partners across campus? Because imposter syndrome is more common among people who are new at something, students, both grad and undergrad, are particularly susceptible. And a study by Bednar et al. Found that 20% of undergraduate college students articulated that they had very strong feelings of imposterism. Are you committed to practicing inclusive teaching? What are your assumptions about your students' cultural capital, about their financial or personal resources? Are you talking about and encouraging a growth mindset? Simply reframing a diagnostic exercise from a tool to determine their likelihood of success to a tool that is as a measure of whether they belong or not, into a tool to help them learn, as a tool that enhances their belonging, can have a dramatic impact on students. So what are you doing to not replicate the conditions that creates imposter syndrome? So I found that focusing on those 5 strategies has kept me mindful when my inner imposter rears its ugly head. I also discovered I have not gendered my inner imposter. which I think is super interesting, and I'm going to have to think about that. But has also helped me really evolve my understanding of imposter syndrome, not as a personal flaw, which I think we still have out there in the culture, but as a consequence of conditions that I can actively work to change in my classroom and on my campus, so that there is a chance we'll have fewer cases of imposter syndrome in the future. Thank you.
Thank you. While Zhiyang's getting set up, I'll say a couple of words about why I thought we should do this for the music informatics reading group. This is not literally informatics, right? But talking to a bunch of people over the summer at our the annual meeting of the Society for Music Perception and Cognition, where a bunch of us do sort of computational stuff, it became clear to me that that a lot of us that work in these interdisciplinary fields often have to prove our work on multiple fronts, prove that it's not just good music theory, but it's also good statistics and it's also good cognition. And so it seems like the people who come to music informatics groups are often have to deal with this sort of thing. And so I thought it would be a useful thing to do with our time. Zhiyang Li is, she has she's going to, from the University of Houston, she's going to give a talk entitled Teaching Observation Reports and Imposter Syndrome, How to Counteract and Overcome Your Doubts. Let's welcome her.
Can you see the screen? Yes? Okay, great. Okay. So faculty sometimes experience imposter syndrome when they receive unsupportive, irrelevant, and dismissive comments in a teaching observation report. A particularly vulnerable group is contingent faculty, including student teachers and adjuncts. Focusing on student instructors such as adjunct lecturer, section instructor, and TA, I will discuss how to build confidence after receiving negative feedback in reports. So what is imposter syndrome? Imposter syndrome is a phenomenon of feeling phony in an unworthy of position, regardless of skill and achievement, experienced by people considered lower status and less powerful in given system. Among teachers, this status may be based on rank, like adjunct lecturer, TA, etc., gender, ethnicity, people of color especially, age, education level, whether the person is master's student, doctoral student, or ABD, level of experience, first semester of teaching or first time teaching a particular course, or even citizenship or an English proficiency, cultural differences in teaching norms, and other qualifiers of social position. Student instructors who suffer from imposter syndrome may believe that they are unqualified for, inadequate in, and undeserving for a job, achievement, or compliment. These feelings can come regardless of students' success in their position. So why do teaching observation reports cause stress that can lead to imposter syndrome? The weight of the report is key. It is an official document and assessment of the instructor's teaching effectiveness made by an evaluator in a position of power of the instructor, like department head, full-time or tenure-track faculty, etc. While student evaluation may be taken into consideration if very positive, teaching observation reports will not be treated as seriously. Teaching observation reports will not be. Student evaluations will not be treated as seriously as the words of a student teacher's superiors. So report characteristics that can cause imposter syndrome, there are a total of 3 categories. Negative expressions such as the instructor failed to do this, the instructor should have done this, the instructor needs to improve this, the instructor was less effective when did this. Second category, many suggestions for improvement, but no comments on what is being done well. If the reviewer only focuses on the negative, the instructor may assume that there's nothing positive about their teaching. And now, third, subjective ratings such as poor, fair, good, excellent, meets expectation, exceeds expectation, etc., may leave room for negative interpretations. Okay. Now, reasons for negative feedback. Number one, observers' misunderstanding of the purpose of teaching observation. For example, sometimes evaluators treat the report as an excuse to show off their professional knowledge and superiority to the instructor. Number two, observers' misunderstanding of class content and pace. There may be a strong disconnect between the observer's vision of what the class should do and the goals of the instructor. Number three, technical malfunction, for example, an interruption or mishap that undermines the normal progress of a class session. And number four, bad luck timing. For example, in Northeast during severe winter, many students arrived late due to inclement weather and interrupted the flow of class and other students' concentration. And number five, observers generally unsupportive and or highly opinionated approach. Okay, now symptoms of imposter syndrome. So people suffering from imposter syndrome experience depression, anxiety, sleep disorders, feeling that the students are learn nothing, and loss of confidence in teaching ability and self-confidence in general, and defensive attitude, so they become afraid to try a creative or innovative approach in class. And doubt on professional knowledge and belief that current status will be lost. So no longer expects the contract to be renewed. And feeling of incompetence in graduate program or even job market. Okay, now I suggest 13 tips to overcome imposter syndrome. So number one, organize a pre-observation conference so that the observer understands the class content, lesson plan, pace, students in advance. And number two, show the report to the advisor, mentor, or other supportive faculty. It is possible that negative feelings are just an overreaction to a neutral and objective report. Now, number three, analyze the observation comments instead of reacting personally to them, and don't dwell on the negative comments. If there are points of agreement, reflect them in your teaching. Now, number four, request that another teacher or supportive faculty member write an observation. Invite them to class or show a teaching video and ask for feedback. This report may be used for job application material and as a more helpful tool for improving teaching skills. Now, number five, talk out these feelings with trustworthy colleagues. Share your observation experience with others in similar positions. Sometimes just talking to someone helps to relieve stress and give a reality check. Number six, ask advice from more experienced, seasoned colleagues. Number seven, request a post-observation conference to explain and clarify your action in the class. This will eliminate criticisms regarding aspects that instructor could not control and give an opening for more helpful feedback. Or, depending on the system, write a response to the observation report. In this case, the written response carries more weight than a post-observation conference, as the document is official and can be read by the program coordinator or chair. Also, you can take time to draft and revise the response and thus better address misunderstandings or unfairness in the report. Now, number 9, if observer has a negative reputation, let the report and its content go once you've addressed the document with a superior. And now, number 10, there's not necessarily a correlation between negative teaching observation reports and contract renewal. One negative report does not mean the end of someone's teaching career. Number 11, instead of remembering the negative parts of the report and your reaction to them, focus on your present teaching and present students. Number 12, remember that there will be other observation reports in the future with different observers and different conditions, which will also reflect any improvement you've made. Now the last suggestion, if your school's wellness center provides a workshop on imposter syndrome or a counseling service, take advantage of it. This has happened to many other teachers and will happen to more. You're not alone in this experience, which means there are plenty of people who can help you handle your situation. So this talk is based on my first-hand and indirect experience, and I hope my suggestions be helpful for your teaching, mentoring, and advising. Okay, thank you.
Trevor, you plugging anything in? Okay. Just energy. Our final speaker is Trevor de Klerk, who teaches music and audio engineering at Middle Tennessee State University. Let's welcome Trevor.
Chris, you've omitted the title of my, which is actually, I will say the title because the title of my talk is A Devil's Advocate Approach to the Imposter Syndrome in Computational Music Research. And I can't help but point out that, yes, I am the white man giving the devil's advocate response here. I guess to kind of give some context, I Wikipedia'd devil's advocate, and it's, I guess, when a pope is going up for, someone's being nominated for pope, some of the priests play devil's advocate. So hopefully all the priests are on the same side. And I also want to say that when Chris kind of put out the call, I definitely kind of knew exactly what he was talking about, specifically in the context of computational work and statistics. So that's kind of where I'm focused my talk today. So I want to begin my brief talk by admitting that the imposter syndrome is something I have struggled with over the past decade, and I will give a personal anecdote about that in a moment. But my main goal today is not to try to mollify those feelings of insecurity by saying something like, it's okay, we all feel that way sometimes, we're all smart, hardworking people, you can do it. Instead, I intend to put forth a sort of devil's advocate argument. In particular, I would like to suggest that when we hear that little voice in our heads that says we are not good enough, maybe we should listen to it, at least in some cases. And to be clear, I am not trying to sweep the issue of anxiety and its crippling effects under the rug. Rather, I'm advocating us, as Elizabeth said, to embrace that anxiety, to lean into it, and I know I'm using that as a loaded term, if we can, in a way that makes us better scholars and deeper thinkers. Now, my own feelings of imposter syndrome began with the two papers I co-authored with David Temperley, the 2011 Popular Music article entitled A Corpus Analysis of Rock Harmony, and the 2013 Journal of New Music Research article entitled Statistical Analyses of Harmony and Melody in Rock Music. These were the first two full-length peer-reviewed journal articles to appear in print with my name, and they were the only two major publications I had during the 3 years I was on the job market before landing my current gig. I can't say for sure whether it mattered to search committees that these publications were co-authored, but it was difficult not to feel somewhat insecure about that aspect of my CV. And frankly, I had good reason to feel insecure. Although I had worked many hours encoding all the music for those corpus studies, and I had long discussions with Davey Temperley about the structure of our work, at the end of the day, Temperley brought much greater knowledge about statistical methods to the table than I did. This was especially the case for our second article, in which there was mathematical language used in that article that I did not fully understand at the time, such as eigenvalues and eigenvectors of a principal components analysis. Eigenvalue, I barely know you. These feelings of imposter syndrome resurfaced once I got involved with peer review. As a co-author of 2 articles using statistics to analyze music, I was often asked to be a reviewer on papers employing fairly complex statistical methods that, to be honest, I did not fully understand. When reviewing these papers, I did my best to tailor my comments to the things I did understand, but it was nonetheless difficult not to feel somewhat underqualified. Now, Perhaps what I'm describing here is not technically imposter syndrome. Imposter syndrome, as we've heard before, very eloquently and emotionally and powerfully, is the feeling of being a fraud despite the reality that you are not a fraud. But the reality here was that I was a fraud, at least to a certain extent, in that I did not fully understand some of the statistical tests in a paper with my name on it or in papers that I was reviewing. From my own experience, I think this is a gray area that a lot of us live in when we use statistics in our published work. A gray area where we understand the tests on some level, but have some underlying apprehension that we may not fully understand what is going on or what other methods might be appropriate, since we do not, most of us, have extensive formal training in quantitative methods and data analysis. So instead of calling it imposter syndrome, at least what I'm talking about, therefore, let me simply refer to it as the feeling that I'm describing as insecurity about what you do not know, or simply knowledge insecurity. I believe knowledge insecurity is actually a good thing for academics, generally speaking. It is the feeling of knowledge insecurity that perhaps spurred many of us to enroll in PhD programs. On some level, there may be not enough feeling of knowledge insecurity in our field, broadly speaking. My primary research area is popular music, and time after time, I encounter assumptions that scholars bring to the study of popular music that turn out to be untrue or not appropriate. The danger of having a PhD in music theory, or any field for that matter, is that it may lead you to think you know most of what there is to know. And maybe you do know most of what is currently known in your particular area of research, but the gap between what is currently known and what there is to know is gigantic, perhaps infinite. That is to say, we should regularly remind ourselves that existing principles have limited applicability and that other yet to be discovered principles might better explain the musical phenomena we observe. Now, getting back to music informatics specifically, how should we address the particular feeling of knowledge insecurity as music theorists working with statistical methods? The answer is simple. We should learn as much as we can about these statistical methods if we are going to use them. The problem, of course, is that our time as researchers is limited. The more time I spend learning about various probability distributions, for example, the less time I have to spend studying the music itself. For some of us, there's a further complicating factor that a fairly heavy background in math is needed before learning about statistics at an advanced level. An introductory course in statistics for math majors requires 3 semesters of calculus through multivariable calculus, partial derivatives, and double integrals, as well as a course in linear algebra, which covers those eigenvalues and eigenvectors I mentioned earlier. Now, I don't mean to discourage anybody here. In fact, my goal is the opposite. The point of my devil's advocate argument is to encourage those of you who are feeling some latent knowledge insecurity about statistics or computer programming or whatever to do something about it, specifically through formal education. I realize this advice may come off as somewhat insensitive to people's work or family situations. If you are trying to finish your dissertation or are in the midst of a tenure-track hazing ritual, for example, there may be more effective uses of your time. But I think this general advice that people should learn more about computer science and statistics applies to everyone, not just music theorists in the music informatics interest group. It seems very problematic to me that in this day and age, someone can graduate from high school, and especially college, without having taken a single course in computer programming or statistics. We live in an information age, one in which computers and data surround us, and unfortunately, high school and college curriculums have a long way to go to update what it means to be an educated citizen. We in this room have little to no power to fix these large-scale institutional problems, of course, but we can challenge ourselves individually to raise the bar on our own training and knowledge. And so I'd like to conclude by briefly talking about my own solution to this feeling of knowledge insecurity. After years of trying to teach myself statistical methods by watching online videos or reading books, yet still feeling a lack of confidence about my statistical chops, I decided last year to take one statistics course a semester at my institution until I finished the equivalent of an undergrad minor, or maybe one day, who knows, an undergraduate major in statistics. And I realized that not all of us have the luxury of taking one course a semester, since taking a course takes away from other things. I estimate that every 3-credit class I take equals 1 journal article that I don't publish. But for me, that's worth it. In essence, I'm gambling that the investment now will pay off in the future. And even if it doesn't, The study of statistics is inherently interesting and frankly beautiful, as I hope you would agree if you are sitting in this room. And even though I've only taken a few courses so far, I only started last fall, I do feel like I have greatly improved my knowledge of statistical methods. At our last music informatics interest group meeting, for example, I gave a short presentation about some research I've been doing on chord lengths in popular music. In that presentation, I mentioned that I was studying chord lengths in 4 different corpora of popular music, and I used a bunch of t-tests to examine whether chord lengths stayed the same on average across different tempos. I now realize, though, that an ANOVA would have been more appropriate, and I should at least be using some sort of multiple comparison procedures to compensate for the large number of tests. So that's great. I learned a better way of providing evidence for or against my hypothesis, but I still haven't written up that research for publication. And part of the reason is I still feel like maybe in another year or 2, I'll have an even better way of analyzing that data. And this is kind of a catch-22 situation. The more you know, the more you realize you don't know. And this goes back to what we've heard about so much before. I see this related to what psychologists refer to as the Dunning-Kruger effect, where being incompetent at a task has been associated with strong confidence in performing well on the task because the person is so incompetent that they cannot even recognize how incompetent they are. In other words, you should be worried if you are not feeling insecure about your knowledge of statistics, because if you aren't, it may be a sign that you know so little that you do not realize how little you know. So, as we hopefully embrace and accept our feelings of knowledge insecurity, let's celebrate the good news that we know enough to at least realize that there are things we don't know. And that is something ultimately we can address. So perhaps the goal of my talk, after all, is to provide a you can do it approach to imposter syndrome. But it's not that you can do it in the sense of, hey, you know enough, just be more confident, which is important. Rather, the approach I'm advocating, the devil's advocate, is, hey, this stuff is, and by that, this stuff, I guess I mean statistics, but maybe music theory, is fairly complicated, and you can learn it, and if you do, I think you'll feel maybe not more confident, but at least more knowledgeable. I don't think any of us here will ever feel completely confident with statistical methods, and perhaps no one ever should be. But I do hope we don't simply ignore that little devil on our shoulder telling us we don't know enough, because sometimes that little devil might just have a good point. Thank you.
So we have some time for discussion, questions. You can address it to the group. You can address it to some of our speakers. However you like to do this. Yeah. So come up to the microphone.
Yeah, this relates in part to the last talk. There was a New Yorker cartoon many years ago where a psychiatrist said to a student, "You don't have an inferiority complex. You are inferior." And that's sort of the crux of the problem. It's not just that one feels incompetent, although one actually has no basis for feeling incompetent, is that there are always, in the process of doing something or learning to do something, a new course, a new topic, analysis of a piece one doesn't know, you don't know. You have to worm your way through it, and there's a lot of uncertainty and confusion and clarification. Hopefully, that takes place in that. It's part and parcel of the problem. Another observation I'd like to make is that a perfect occasion for the imposter syndrome is a music theory conference, because everyone seems so confident and competent. This is like the hothouse for the imposter syndrome, this very situation. Something to keep in mind. Another point I'd like to make is that often people, at least in my experience, who feel unworthy in one endeavor feel unworthy in a lot of endeavors. It's not just limited to one field. It's a much more wider thing. And then finally, I'd like to end with an anecdote. I said to a colleague before I came to this session, I'm going to go to this imposter session conference. And he said, "But surely you of all people have no need to go there."
Well, first of all, I truly am an imposter. I do not belong to the music informatics group for very good reason. But I want to add one thing to your teaching evaluations, just that for some of us, you mentioned that student evaluations can often be more easily brushed off, but I know like at my university, sometimes those are actually very difficult to brush off because they are given so much weight, and I just felt like I wanted to say that sometimes even the things that you feel like you shouldn't be bothered by, you are. And also if you're thinking, I'm here to teach my students and my students think I'm doing a terrible job at that, that's pretty demoralizing even if they aren't experts in what you're doing. But thank you, I really appreciated that.
Hi, everybody. So I just really want to quickly talk about what Dr. Sayers said about accessibility. I came into this field not knowing much. I grew up in rural Missouri, wasn't classically trained, and I actually got an excellent education at UMass, which I think really grounded me in music theory, which I really appreciated. The thing I wanted to talk about is I also want to challenge everybody to think about how we can make our research more accessible to our students too. I think it's too important to not make assumptions about people's understanding of harmony, for example. There are a few studies out there that show that harmony is actually quite inaccessible to the general listener, and yet a lot of our panels are on harmony. And so you can actually use this to frame things in your class as well, talking about things like timbre and texture and other forms of musical segmentation. And I just think this is really important. That's all I wanted to talk about. Thank you.
I just wanted to build off what one of the other gentlemen was just saying. Has anyone been at a talk here and thought, I really want to ask a question, but I'm pretty sure that I didn't understand, so I'm just going to not ask that question? Raise your hand. I think that if we all ask those questions, then we can create this culture where we start to kind of eliminate that, and that we don't sort of chide people for asking, stupid questions. That's all I want to say.
Hey. So on that note, I always tell my students there is no stupid question except the questions that's not asked, right? And my students, after hearing that over and over and over, they ask me stupid questions, right? And I don't belittle them for it at all. They'll ask me, I will literally have just said something, and they'll be like, wait, how do you do it? And I'm like, okay, let's do it again, right? And that's created a culture where the students are they're okay asking the questions. I think a lot of it has to do with our egos, right? I was one of the student guides, and I was just talking to a student who's an undergrad, first time here, and I'm like, you might encounter a situation that is terrifying because someone's ego gets in the way, and this leads to, some sort of debate or something. Don't let that scare you away from the field, right? Anyway, I wanted to comment on that, but the other thing I wanted to say was regarding, I just went to this timing research forum in Mexico, and it was all scientists, right? And they all have PhDs in neurobiology and neuroscience, and when I sat there watching the presentations, I understood them, right? The math was probably a little bit nebulous, but then talking to them, that was terrifying, because I'm sitting there and I'm telling them oh yeah, I have all these degrees and blah, 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 blah. And they don't care, because all they see is, oh, you're a music theorist. You don't know enough about this. So whatever, right? And it was a horrible feeling. I was super excited about the science, but it was miserable, because the whole time I'm I would love to use this stuff in my research, but I feel I'm not good enough, right? So I don't know how we as a field can make that better for our students or people who aren't music theorists, but we've all felt that at other fields. So I don't know. I think, asking the stupid questions is definitely a way to start. Yeah.
I have the same issue because I teach in Canada where everyone's very apologetic. Every student in all of my classes begins asking a question by going, sorry. And so I have this little lecture of, don't be sorry. It is your job to ask the questions. It's my job to answer the questions. But yet they feel this sense that, yeah, you're looking bad in front of people, right? I don't know something, something's wrong. And I feel like we get the same thing with their, how focused our students are in grades and how upset they are. I mean, I'm teaching tonal counterpoint. I grade them on 1 out of 10. And if they get a 9, there's like, I got a 9. It's like, if you got 10s all the time, I'm not teaching you anything. You shouldn't even be in here, right? So I think, yes, we should ask the stupid questions. But I think another thing that would be really helpful, I think, is for us to be more public about admitting to our failures. Because in this field, we're kind of eternally being judged, right? We're students all the time, right? Sending in conference proposal might get rejected, sending article might get rejected, the teaching peer reviews, all the time we're being evaluated. And so I think that can lead to that really toxic sense of perfectionism. So something that's been really freeing for me is starting to tell the crying students in my office something that I have never told anyone. So I'm about to tell this whole room full of people, but my first try at college, I flunked out, I partied, I didn't go to class, I had no study habits at all because probably, again, like many of you, I was very smart in high school and I didn't really have to work. I had nothing resembling work habits. So yeah, they said, why don't you go take some time? And I did, and I learned from that. And I guess that's kind of my point. But I think it's been really helpful for them, my students, to get that, hey, their professor actually flunked out of college and kind of regrouped and learned some study habits and went back and is now a professor. Not that they necessarily all think that's a desirable thing anyway. But it's also been really helpful for me. So I think we should just be more upfront about sharing the things that we blew it on. Thanks.
There's actually like a movement on social media where like if you apply for a grant and you don't get it, you're like, yes, I didn't get that grant. Or, yes, I got rejected from this thing. And I absolutely love that because it basically shows that, we look at some people and go, everything you do is successful, but we don't see the things that they're doing that aren't. And so normalizing that and, making that sort of visible is a thing. And this, I actually consider like my mission making it obvious to people that a lot of people feel these things, feel this way. I talk to my grad students about it. I make them talk to each other about it because I didn't have that when I was a grad student. And my goal as a senior scholar now is to be the person that I wish I had as a role model when I was coming up. So that's why I'm the person that gets up and cries in front of the cognition group last year and and gives this talk this year where I out myself as being a massive fraud. So.
Hi everyone. This resonated with me so much, and it's funny. Like I look around the room, and I think a lot of people in here have supported me in this feeling for a long time, and so I want to just sort of, yes, very much. And I think it's funny because I think about how I feel like I've had this for my whole life, and in a positive way, there's a lot of you in the room and a lot of people at SMT that have kind of helped me through that, and so I just wanted to kind of like encourage you to keep doing that because it's really, really important to sort of, to support people who are obviously sort of feeling that way. But another sort of point I wanted to make is I, for whatever reason, have found myself working a lot these days with journals and doing editorial board stuff. And we've talked a lot about teaching and supporting our students and through this sort of thing. And I think another thing that we could also remember, and I guess I want to thank people who've done really, really positive and supportive peer review, even in instances with, anonymous, in an anonymous peer review where you're rejecting an article, you can still be very, very supportive and very, very, kind. And that sort of review makes people think that they can, work on that article again and then submit it later on. Whereas, I've certainly had the case where something gets rejected and you get torn to shreds and you're devastated and you just want to throw that away forever. And so if I can just sort of, one more time say, like, if you are somebody who's writing reviews, try to keep that in mind, that what you're going to say is going to have a really, really strong impact on that. It doesn't mean that you have to accept every article, obviously, but it just means, like, even if you're writing a negative review, that you're writing it in a positive way that's not going to discourage people from doing this, because I think that is really an important thing. And I find that, especially because of the anonymity, I mean, I've been guilty of this in the past. You know, it's easy to be mean when you're anonymous, and so remember that there's somebody else on the other end of that. So anyway, just wanted to share. Thanks. Yes. Okay.
Wait, can I be a stickler and ask you to use the mic?
Hi, I'm Ian, and I'm definitely an imposter. So the question that I was going to ask is that it's, I want to thank you, Elizabeth, for everything you said, but especially for the thing about assessments, because that really resonated with me. When I hate assessing students. I love teaching them. I hate assessing them. I hate giving them grades. And so my philosophy of assessments has always been, I design the assessment so that they will study for it, and that the studying for it is the way they learn. And then, you know, generally I give them all A's or something. So it's sort of been easy for me to overcome my hatred of assessment in that context by thinking of it that way. The question I was going to ask, I hear everything you're saying. I understand that. It is very difficult for me when I am sitting down with a manuscript that a journal has sent me that I know shouldn't be published. And I know that part of the audience there is the editor, who you're kind of trying to convince not to publish the article. And part of the audience is the author, who you're trying to convince that rejection is the right thing to have happened here, but also not try to convince them that they are terrible and that they should never do this again. You can make separate comments, but I still, even separating them out, it's still very difficult for me to think about just how you do what you said you should do. And I wonder, do you have some specific strategies for that? Or does anybody in this room have strategies for doing this? Because I think this is one of the last domains in which I have not been able to imply my own, you know, deep feelings of imposterdom, have not been able to sort of do that work both empathetically and effectively. So I would just love to hear tips and tricks from people.
So, my name is Eric, and I'm submitting articles to journals, and I care a lot about my peer feedback. And it wasn't that long ago that I, wrote a dissertation and was concerned about my feedback there. So, and I do review article submissions. So something I think about often is, what are the impacts of the words that I'm receiving or sending out? And I think there's a lot of overlap with undergraduates whom we teach. And I've developed some strategies that I like to use, and it works for them, and it also works for authors that whose manuscripts I'm reviewing. So what I try to do is I try to take the focus away from the individual and shift it to the ideas. And I try to focus it on encouragement to the author to try something out. So if there's something that I think is sensitive and needs to be addressed, I'll use language that says, and this might out me now if I'm reviewing somebody's manuscripts, but I'll say like, doing this risks something. And I find that verb's really powerful. It risks overlooking something more interesting, or it risks whatever problem that you're identifying, rather than pointing a finger and saying, you are guilty of this. And that way it gets them thinking about a process rather than thinking about indictments and failures. And that's something I do all the time on the summary at the end of an essay, but I think it also works on during a peer review manuscript. And then something also that I found is really helpful with paper feedback is not just zeroing in on problems that need to be addressed and fixed, but also adding relevant thoughts that you have that can be positive. Janet Giltro, author of Academic Writing, an author who's interested in rhetoric, talks about think aloud protocol. That's her term for it. So it can sometimes take more time, but it's useful to just say, I'm a little confused here. I was expecting you to do something, and now something else is happening, and it gives the author an insight into what you're doing that's less accusatory, and so that can be really useful. But never underestimate the power also of saying, this is very interesting. And it's really quick, and it's sudden, and you know, this point is especially fascinating. Now I'm curious about this. I'm hoping you're going to expand on this, or something like that. And those kinds of, that kind of feedback, I think, can lead the author in a really like constructive direction that can be corrective, but not necessarily personal and not necessarily an indictment. So those are some ideas. Yeah.
Yeah, I was going to add to that, and it turns out I'm about to tell two stories about my mentor, Patricia Carpenter, who had a wonderful way of correcting people. And if somebody asked a stupid question in a graduate seminar, she would just make it into a good question. But the first story is when I realized what imposter syndrome was, because I think it was about the time I started giving conference presentations, and I said to her, I'm afraid they'll find out that I don't know anything. And she said, I feel the same way. And I thought she was the most brilliant person I'd ever met. The best theorist. Her insights were just amazing. She had been a concert pianist and did a Schoenberg premiere, I think, in America. And she studied with Schoenberg for 7 years. And so I'm like, okay, if this person thinks like that, and I see that it cannot possibly be true, then maybe what I'm thinking about myself might just not be true. But about Ian's question, one time I was sitting with her at an SMT conference, and somebody gave a talk on Schoenberg, and I could tell that she completely disagreed with what that person had proposed. And she could have stood up and said, boy, that was really messed up. But what she said didn't mention the person at all. She said, well, Schoenberg used to do this in class. And you had to listen to her answer and see that that was a different way of looking at it in order to see what she had done. And it was the gentlest thing I've ever seen. And I thought that, you know, what the person was proposing was just ridiculous. And one might have the tendency, I think it brings up the issue of intentionality, because we tend to attribute things to people when they say something. We tend to think sometimes that what they're saying is an attack. Like if somebody says something really stupid to me, that they're attacking me with this thing, and you have the tendency to want to say, oh God, oh, you idiot. And she never took it that way. She always corrected just really gently. So what some of you have said about just saying, this argument would be greatly strengthened by this, or saying the work of so-and-so would really add another dimension to this. I think that's the kind of approach for correcting people. And just one last anecdote from the also amazing Jacques-Louis Monod. If you ever met him, you were kind of lucky and kind of not. But he once said something that I always remember when students say stupid things. He said, "The doctor should not be surprised if the patient is sick." And that's just, the crux of it. Like, again, our students are not being malicious by not knowing things. It's our job to help them to know the things. So that's all.
Hi, I'm Mitch. I arrived late, so I missed the beginning of the session. I hope I don't say things that have already been said. When I think about imposter syndrome, so I do computational music analysis of rap music, and so now my imposter syndrome means that the things I don't know might also be racially insensitive. So I have this new added layer of imposter syndrome that's been fun to negotiate. When I think about computational music analysis and how, we're worried that we don't know enough about programming, we don't know enough about statistics, our field has profound strengths that these other fields do not have, that we bring to our publications, strengths of humanistic close reading, strengths of musical particularity. So they should be a little jealous of us too. So that should go both ways. And then just in thinking about what Ian said, in doing reviewing, yeah, you want to be supportive. And what I've noticed is that if you're writing a review that you're going to reject and it's a supportive review, or if you're writing a review that you're going to reject and it's an insensitive review, they're both rejects. That carries an enormous amount of weight. So it might as well be a supportive one. And it doesn't seem like the reviewer is really in the position of trying to convince the editor whether or not to publish, right? So I'm trying to think of a situation, maybe you have one accept and you have one reject. And that can be a supportive reject. That's still very bad that there's a reject. That still means that all these things have to be addressed in order for that to eventually become an accept. So yeah, we should all be supportive in the reviews we write. Thank you.
I'll take the So we're going to transition now to our second half. While we do that, I'll share two things. One, I negotiate the thing that Ian brought up by signing my reviews. I don't know if that's but it challenges me to not ever be a jerk because they know where I live. Yeah. The second thing that nobody told me is that about half of my articles get rejected at least once. It's a thing that I don't think that I was surprised. That contributed to my imposter syndrome early on. That I didn't realize the actual ratio of rejects to accept that often occur in this world. All right, so scene next. Nick is gonna tell us about his research. So we're gonna go through Nick and Claire and about 5 people. So let's welcome Nick.
Thank you, everybody. Can you hear me okay? Yeah. Okay, great. I'll try to be as efficient as possible. I've been doing some work on performance practice and style in pop rock. I'd like to talk to you about the cumulative pressure model that I'm using, but we just don't have the time. So here are the research questions that I'm looking to answer with my work. How do affordances, so things like the structure of instruments, in a performer's experience, and pressures of style, how do these things influence popular music's perceptible features? And then number 2, how can we assess function from a performer's perspective, given that popular music harmony is diffuse and style dependent? I'm specifically referring to White and Quinn's work, where they show 3 different functional circuits specifically dependent on different kinds of style in pop rock music using the Billboard database. So there are various components to this project. I'm doing some analytical vignettes. I'm analyzing what I'm calling the Biamonte modal corpus. I'm doing a study on performance practice and analysis in St. Vincent's works. I'm doing a machine learning study on genre and a motion capture pilot. And the data that I'm talking about today is actually helping me do a lot of this work, which is really cool. What I'd like to talk about today is my work on what I'm calling the Biamonte modal corpus. And what these are fully realized transcriptions of modal rock songs listed in Biamonte's 2010 Spectrum article. And what I did is I retrieved these in Guitar Pro format from ultimateguitar.com. And I parsed them using a humdrum program called Fret to String. It was developed in coordination with Craig Sapp. Thank you, Craig. And just to note, I only took songs that were rated 4 or 5 stars higher by the community. And then what we did is similar to de Klerk and Temperley, Dan Shanahan and I analyzed the form of these works. And then what I did is I extracted the lowest notes from the guitar parts to estimate hand centering, so we could get at this relationship between performance practice and the generated harmonies. I also did some things with open strings, and I used the Cartesian formula to track distance. So I'm treating the fretboard as a coordinate plane, essentially. And then I also, with this information, instead of pitch class space information, I was actually able to get directional pitch space information, which is really, really exciting. We don't currently have the tools to do this with our current corpora. Those are mostly in pitch space representations. So here's an example of some of the file processing. You'll see the Guitar Pro tablature. This was exported as an ASCII tablature file, and then this was then converted to humdrum, as you can see on the right. And so in looking at formal function in the Biamonte modal corpus, this is the distance, the distance that performers move on the fretboard. And as you can see, it's mostly between 0 and 5 frets. And also know that vertical transitions are also considered fret transitions, right? So not only, because the guitar has 2 dimensions, right? It has a vertical and a horizontal vector. These are this. And so you can see that most of the data lie in between 0 and 5 frets, which is really cool. It shows that this music is quite parsimonious. And then so when we segment this by form, what we find is that interludes are perhaps intuitively most performatively active, and then strophes and blues forms are the least active. In a study at SMPC, I showed that the larger distances, so larger transitions in instrument space, can actually predict formal transitions, which is really exciting, I think. And some of you might be more interested in this when looking at harmonic and performance function. I talked earlier about how we were able to actually extract root motion information. This is surface level root motion transitions. And I'll just give you a second to look at this data, but essentially each one represents a half step. So 1 is an ascending minor second, right? 2 is a major second, and so on and so forth. And this is the distribution of root motion in this corpus. And so what we see is that in the Biamonte modal corpus, we primarily have ascending seconds, descending seconds, ascending minor thirds, ascending fourths, descending minor thirds, descending fourths, and ascending and descending fifths. Here's all the data, here's all the proportions. But what's really most interesting is when you plot this on a guitar fretboard, you see that all of these, so when you correlate these to distances on the fretboard, you see that they all fall within a very narrow range. And the way I've oriented this is that you can think about these as different centers. So there's an index finger center, which all these pitches to the right fall from an index finger center, and then there's also a smallest finger center. So all the notes to the left coordinate with the smallest finger center. So hopefully that makes sense to everybody. What this essentially means is that pentatonicism in rock is overdetermined due to the affordances of the guitar, at least in modal rock, in the Biamonte modal corpus. And then also, as de Klerk and Temperley note, the pentatonic scale is also primarily determinant of root motion in modal rock, which is really exciting. And maybe we all knew this, but now we have some proof, which I think is great. The second component of what I'm doing is I'm trying to view this in a behavioral light. And so I'm doing a motion capture analysis currently. And without getting into specifics, I'm basically asking people to play the chord progression on the right. And I'm tracking their data with this instrument that you see here. I'm at Ohio State, so it was easy for me to bring this here. And this is a little demonstration of Dan Shanahan playing, and you'll see on the screen on the right how the program that I built in Max MSP tracks his movement in fretboard space. And yeah, so you can see the box there. And so what I did is frame to frame, I calculated the midpoint of that box to get my Cartesian distance, my Euclidean distance. And what we can do is then, if we can parse these things into formal sections, we can see how distance correlates with changes in form. And so the bigger gray box represent a formal section, the formal section that is represented there on the right. And then the white slivers represent a moment of transition. And basically what we're asking is, can the movements in the white slivers predict the change in form, right? Can we use these distances to anticipate the change of form statistically? And what's really cool is that we can. At both level of hypermeter and form, large shifts in instrument space are coordinate with changes in form. Thank you very much.
That's right. No, you're absolutely right. Yeah. So we could do a brief question while between talks. Yeah.
Let's all imagine that we're looking at the last graph you showed us.
Where is the?
Do you want me to come up to the?
No, it's okay.
Okay. Yeah.
Pardon me. Explain this well. So each question one, what are the different colored lines mean? Question two, the y-axis seems to be distance, but from what? And what does it mean when that line goes up? It means distances are increasing.
Yeah, exactly. So what was the first part of your question?
What are the different lines?
Oh, the different lines are the performers' distances. So this is a pilot of 4 performers, and it was their navigation of fretboard space. And basically they started wherever they started, and then the lines represent either frets or strings. Yeah, moving positively or negatively in the Cartesian space. From whatever the starting point is. Yes, exactly.
So if you lopped off the first chord, would that just fundamentally change the shape of the graph? If you're all function from just, it seems like it might be kind of path dependent.
Yeah, I think it is path dependent. Yeah, I think it is path dependent, and because the guitar fretboard is recursive, it makes it a little bit more complicated, right? So you can play different pitches in different positions, and so I think by doing that it allows you to measure when performers maybe choose to play a note in a different position. I'd be happy to, thank you.
All right. Given our imposter talk, I would like to prepend this with a caveat, which is that I think there's something I might be not fully understanding here. So 1, please be nice, and 2, helpful suggestions are welcome. Okay, so in the interest of time, I have sort of a big picture here, and I'm gonna skip over it. Suffice to say that I'm interested in harmony, and I'm interested in specifically in modeling harmonic surprise. Now, in corpus studies, if we have a corpus of something and we know what we're looking for, then usually it's kind of a trivial problem. So if you, for instance, have a corpus of Roman numerals, you can find all the places where you have, 1 to flat 6 or whatever. But the exact what and the when that creates harmonic surprise is actually kind of still largely unknown. So specifically, the what might depend on a sort of absolute rarity value, if you want, so in other words, entropy, a combination of local and global probability, some kind of a tonal space distance measure, which obviously will be correlated with the other 2 things, the kind of context stability, for lack of a better word, so if you're sort of in an area that's sort of in flux, presumably a surprising chord might be less surprising there than if you had something very stable and then you have, right? Functional or qualitative relationships between events. So even just something, you got a minor mode chord where you were expecting a major mode 1. And then, of course, there could be other things like musical tension and dissonance and things like that. So what I'm trying to figure out, well, let me just
put this up. Okay, so what I've been working with the Billboard corpus. This is the subset of songs that are sort of deemed to be in the major mode, which is, I'm not going to get into that. Okay, but it's not minor, let's say. So we're all familiar, probably, there's a lot of talks on harmony today. I think a lot of people are familiar with this sort of Zipfian distribution. This is supposed to be green. I don't know what happened. Oh, this diatonic stuff we're sort of familiar with. Everyone knows it's the sort of 1 and 4 and 5. So the question is, okay, so when is something surprising, right? So it's just like everything over here surprising. Is it always surprising? Is it only surprising in certain contexts? Okay, so what's the background here? You know, I'm not the first person to think of this, obviously. So the kind of two approaches has generally been, let's look at probabilities and let's look at things as sort of tonal distance or circle of fifth distance. And the question that I'm starting to ask myself is, are these actually different things, or maybe are they kind of the same thing? So the two kind of approaches here is, in music theory and cognition, and especially in neuroscience, it's been quite common to look at things in sort of cycle of fifth distance, in particular when dealing with harmony. And so you have these kind of experimental paradigms where something resolves to 1, or it resolves to 6, or it resolves to sharp 4, and those are like, you know, it was really expected, or a little bit unexpected, or like wildly unexpected. And so you only have this very sort of superficial space where you only have these sort of like widely distributed categories, and then you end up learning things about, you know, 1 and 6 and sharp 4, and that wasn't really that helpful. In terms of modeling things on a larger level, there have been, of course, approaches at modeling keys and chord relationships that are sort of more comprehensive than that. Specifically, the work of Begon Parka from 1999 and Lardell and Krumhansel's model in 2007, which were largely built around the tonal pitch space model. And I'm going to kind of get into that in a minute, but the other approaches, of course, sort of like using these probability-based approaches, including Bayesian models. So I'm starting to, what I'm hoping to kind of get some feedback in is sort of where to go here when things start to break down. So I don't know how many people are familiar with the tonal pitch space model. You have this sort of rule for calculating the distance in a diatonic space that's very neat and tidy and that works well. But then the algorithm gets really complicated as soon as you introduce chromaticism, which now requires these like case-by-case interpretations of knowing what key it went to, and is it, you know, right, just making all these, you have to know the key basically at every moment, which in a corpus is just like not feasible. Like we can't necessarily know all of these, and even at the level of like, oh, this is a borrowed chord or whatever. And the alternative is, you know, you enter like octatonic space, and that's like a whole other thing. By Lardell's sort of own account, this produces obscure results when we sort of remain in the original diatonic space and we don't sort of modulate or consider it in relation to another key. So in a nutshell, it doesn't suit popular music space. And there was a paper earlier this year by Vauvan and Hughes showing that there's a preference for the sort of 5/1 cadence in a classical context, but if we turn that to a pop context, then it's about equal with a preference for the 7/1, which doesn't quite look the same in sort of a probabilistic lens. And then there's Chris Dahl's book where he sort of talks about the unsuitability of many sort of traditional diatonic analyses for popular music. So, very briefly, this is an antecedent consequent chart of a subset of harmonies moving to other harmonies and their counts as they happen for that sort of subset of major mode stuff. And this is supposed to be highlighted. It doesn't look like it is for some reason. It's supposed to be purple. And this is diatonic stuff, or really say sort of modal stuff if you want, because it includes flat 7. And then, so basically what I'm interested in, this is sort of stuff that should theoretically be surprising because you have a kind of a tonal or a diatonic familiar thing going to something sort of less familiar. And if I isolate just the first row of that, I can show them as counts here, and then I can show them as probabilities here, and I've just reordered it so it's going from the most probable thing to the least probable thing. And then I calculated the tonal pitch space distance for each of those using the regional distance rule, which is another possible way of kind of getting around this chromaticism problem. And you immediately see that you start to get into trouble with things like flat 7 and flat 3 that are really common in popular music, and it just sort of doesn't fit well. So in a nutshell, I want to use this opportunity to sort of maybe talk with some people afterwards and maybe get some feedback. I've been doing a lot of psychological experimentation with harmonic surprise, and I'm looking at now comparing that with corpus data. But I'm trying to tweeze apart these different variables that might be responsible for our actual experience of what's surprising. And in trying to tweeze apart the sort of distance models from probability models, I need a good distance model. And so what is the sort of most accurate coding or the variable for that, given the stylistic constraints here? So I'm dealing with popular music, and I'm dealing with rare events, which is a whole other statistical problem. Looking at, I would like to examine the sort of successes and failures in a model, looking at these different factors, so sort of entropy, conditional probability, some kind of tonal distance measure, possibly voice leading and other things. And so that's it. I just was hoping to get some feedback, and thank you for your attention.
Anyone want to ask Claire a question while we're going over? Yeah. Yeah.
I don't know what the best measure is. It seems like if you frame it so that you're asking a comparative question, like what kinds of formal sections have surprise, where might we expect surprise, and it's comparative, then it doesn't, to me, it doesn't matter so much that you have to establish the validity of the method, right? We hope that would wash out. Like I would think that you could somehow relate surprise to the beginnings of formal sections, or the less comprehensive formal sections.
I've been looking at sections. That's one thing, but it's still only about 50% of the psychological stuff. There's other things that happen in pop music that are not as well about music, but also weird and basically, so yeah, just trying to come up with another. I know that there's a lot going on with the probability, and I think that what may be happening is that composers are composing in a way that aligns with the distributions we expect, so the probabilities align, but then as soon as they stop doing that, then the probabilities don't align. So I feel like that's a bit of a leak, so I'm trying to figure out that.
Hi, everyone. Before I start, I just want to say thank you to the presenters that did the imposter syndrome. You guys made me feel like just a lot better about being here. I'm a senior undergrad student, and this is my first time here at SMT. So, thank you. Okay, there we go. All right, so again, my name is Joshua Sanchez, and in this study, Dr. Joshua Albrecht and I examined repetitiveness in popular music and popular melodies. In essence, we were curious to see if pop melodies were more repetitive now than they were back in the 50s, 40s. We read an article that tested lyrical compressibility. They use the Lempel-Ziv algorithm, which just looks for a string of repeated characters and replaces them with a pointer. Then they look at the size of the data in the beginning versus what it is after the pointers were put in, and gives us a percentage. And what they found was that the lyrics are more repetitive. As you can see in the chart, the x-axis are showing the years and the y-axis showing the percentages. And the top 10 songs were more lyrically repetitive than the other songs they use in that set. Now, we were only interested in looking at the melody for the pop songs. So we used the same algorithm. We were interested in the Billboard Top 20. We started in 1956, the start of the Billboard charts. And our data set was 130,000 user-generated MIDI files, and so I was able to get up to 2015. And my process, if you can read that, that's great. My process was I would look for every song in the given year, and on the data set, I would try and find those songs, and when I did, I opened them up in MuseScore. They never said voices. It's usually like saxophone or pan flute, something. So I would find the melody and make sure it was rhythmically and melodically accurate, saving it as an XML file. And then we would take out everything but the melody. We were only interested in the melody. After we saved that as an XML file, we used XML to hum on Humdrum to do so we can read it, and we did the calculations. And we found out that the melody, just like the lyrics, are more repetitive. On the graph to the left shows shows our scatter plot with every song on the that we looked up, and our lowest curve shows that from the beginning of the years up until about the 80s, you see this incline, and then about the peak era of disco, I believe, it kind of goes down a little bit. But around like the mid 90s, it's drastic. What I find most interesting, though, if you look at the points, the low points of every year, those points go up every year. So in the 60s, you see down below 40%. Good luck trying to find that in 2015. You don't really see that a lot. We also, on the graph to the right, we distinguish 1 through 10 versus 11 through 20. And surprisingly enough, 11 through 20 in the early years are more repetitive, though it's almost significant. P-value is 0.0502, so we're close. But as those years go on, you can see that they kind of become indistinguishable. We did look at the length of the text file and try to see if over the years the songs have gotten longer, and they have also, which kind of makes sense with all of the technology we have now. No longer are we putting them to LPs or 44s. So, but the next graph is probably one of my favorite ones, because for each year we combined all of the melodies in that year into one file and looked at how repetitive that file is. In some ways, it's kind of like a measure of variabilities of the melodies across the songs in that year. And you can see, again, around the mid-90s, that thing just takes off. And so that kind of just tells me that melodically, every song maybe becomes more alike. You get less songs that are I guess, unique. But yeah, so just to kind of summarize, melodic compressibility does increase, but the largest spike happens after the mid-90s. There are some melodic similarities later in the year that you don't really see in the beginning. The one thing that kind of skews the data a little bit is rap and hip hop. I wasn't able to find that a lot in our data set. Not a lot of people were putting that to MIDI files, but that was quick and sweet. I appreciate it. Thank you, guys.
Well, I have a question too, but no, Stephanie, why don't you ask yours?
Are we talking to there?
No.
Is it still live streaming?
I think so.
Okay. Hi, thanks. Question regarding, have you looked at form? No. Okay, just like seeing distributions based on form. It'd be cool to look.
Okay.
Yep.
Yeah, sure.
Okay.
So with these kinds of studies, because I often find them, in journalistic websites that say science says, songs are now lower quality, right? Like there's an aesthetic implication behind them often. And I want to ask an aesthetic question about value judgment, which is not that like songs are getting more repetitive, which I think people would think of, but I wonder whether people's aesthetic priorities have shifted away from like being focused on melody towards interesting timbres or sectional juxtapositions and rhetorical processes explored in form. I think like Brad Osborne's talk was kind of getting at that with some of the more recent top 40 songs. So I wonder how or what implications your study might have for changing aesthetic priorities in both listeners or audiences and also songwriters. Yep. Thanks.
Sure. Well, I didn't really think about that before, only because the MIDI files don't really give off a different timbre. But that's definitely something that I would be interested in looking into. At least for me, I looked at more so of almost like a black and white. Is it more repetitive rather than what those colors kind of tell me in the music? But thank you. That gives me something to look at. Thank you.
I'm a second-year master's student in music theory from Kent State, and today I'll be telling you about my research in computational methods being applied to microtonal music. So the goal of this project is to use the same methods that we've been using on popular music and Bach chorales on pieces for quarter-tone pianos, such as Ives's 3 quarter-tone pieces and Vishnegradsky's 24 preludes in the quarter-tone system. The problem with doing this is that at this time there is a big lack of support for microtonality in the humdrum toolkit. Tools such as Mint and Hint are almost hard-coded for use with our 12-tone equal-tempered system. The Kern representation does not have any compatibility with microtones unless you use a desynth spine, but at that point it won't work if you have any music that has multiple stops. So the question is, how can we use these methods if they don't work on the music yet? The solution I've been implementing is a program called mHint. It's short for microtonal hint. It's roughly 500 lines of Python code that replicate as close as possible the capabilities of hint. It uses pitch spines instead of Kern because the pitch format actually has a built-in method of showing a microtonal adjustment. You would just add a plus or minus and then a synth value. I've also designed this so that it'll be capable of working with customized tuning options. Because we haven't had centuries of practice with microtonal music, if we took a perfect fourth and expanded it by a quarter tone, one person might call it a raised perfect fourth, the other might call it a major fourth. So by coding in this flexibility, I prevent a bias toward any one system. So using this tool, we can do a mock experiment. We might ask, does the 5th prelude from Vishnegradsky's 24 preludes favor different harmonic intervals than the chorale from Ives's 3 quarter-tone pieces? And as there is no quarter-tone piano corpus out there, I had to start building my own. So I started with just the score. This is the first 2 measures of the Ives, and the staff labeled Piano 1 is tuned a quarter tone higher than written. I started by entering it in Dorico, and then I exported it to a music XML file. Using music XML to hum, I transferred it to a kern file. I added one additional interpretation record that I called detune, which is my abbreviation for detune. That's just an indicator to myself that I want to tune these two spines up a quarter tone when I do further processing. So I converted it into pitch, and then using a mixture of extract, sed, and a symbol, I took out the piano that had to be detuned and just used sed to substitute any pitch token for itself with a microtonal alteration. You can see the microtonal pitches in a yellow highlighted text. And then I ran imhint, which gives me this output of the harmonic intervals of the music. Here's a comparison of how the data looks with the same input between hint and imhint. I used the default setting here, so we're looking at the intervals from the lowest to highest. And particularly in this first chord, you can see that hint is saying you have a double augmented fifth between this G and this D sharp. But in reality, that's actually an augmented fifth that's just expanded by a quarter tone, not a half step like hint has chosen to interpret it. And I'll play just these two measures so you can hear how alien this music really sounds to our ears. So I wrote a short script that I called imhint tally. It calculates all of the harmonic intervals and reduces them to be within the scope of an octave. It takes out extraneous information such as bar lines and interpretation, and then adjusts the file so that there is one interval on each line of text. I then used a sed script to transform the intervals into pitch class intervals. The reason I did this is that depending on which version of the score written by Vishnugradsky you use, this first melodic interval in this piece might be called some kind of third or some kind of fourth. The difference from moving from an E to a G, or actually we'll use this interval because it's the one that's different, an E to a B versus an F to a B. So after I got all of these intervals, I noticed that there were many more from the Vishnugradsky than the Ives. So I converted them into a percentage. In other words, what is the percentage of Vishnugradsky's piece that uses the minor third, for example? And I plotted the deviation of the Ives piece from the Vishnugradsky. And you can see that for some intervals, there's not really much of a difference. But you can also see that Vishnugradsky used many more major sevenths and minor thirds, whereas Ives favors the perfect fifth more heavily. So I would say this data is consistent with the theory that Ives and Vishnugradsky are using different harmonic intervals, but it's only a first step. We can't really draw any real conclusions from this because it's just one of the 24 preludes against one of the 3 Ives pieces. This study was done more to demonstrate the use of imhint. And as a part of my thesis work, I'm currently encoding the other Ives pieces as well as the other Vishnugradsky preludes, so we can ask more in-depth questions of this music. For example, across all 24 of the Vishnugradsky preludes, is there a consistent profile of harmonic intervals being used? I'll take any questions at this time, and if you're interested in seeing the code for imhint or trying it yourself, I would be more than happy to email it to you.
All right, so our final, we could do a question. Yeah.
I just wanted to mention, because I just, there was some students actually from Georgia Tech earlier gave a talk on a little-known composer called Harriet Hadberg, and she was writing like microtonal stuff in like the 60s and early 70s. So they've written some code to basically like recreate her stuff. So it just might be a useful, like in terms of proof of concept, it might just give you more material.
Yeah, cool. I'm interested. Thank you.
All right, so, and here's our last speaker, Emily Schwitzgebel, who, here, yeah.
I'll try and keep this short and sweet because I know we kind of got to get out of here. But I will be talking about 2 behavioral studies regarding subtle violations in harmonic expectancy. And so kind of the big picture that I want to explore is that musicians carry with them expectation about what's going to happen in music. All people do, particularly musicians, but everyone does. And so I'm going to examine this from kind of a linguistic viewpoint where I'm modeling semantic violations. But here, since I want to test subtle violations in harmonic expectancy, I'll be kind of using a variation of a syntactic violation. So just a little bit of background information as to how I've gone about this. This is an example of the kind of question that participants would see. I had 30 UMass music majors take 2 different surveys where each question asked them to listen to a short chord progression, followed by a pause, and then the final chord. They were then asked to rate on a scale of 1 to 7 how well they thought the final chord completed the progression. Then these questions were modeled after a typical probe design. So in the first survey here, I created 3 prototypical chord progressions, each with 4 different final chords sounding after the pause. And I've highlighted in gray the chords that I think are most expected to come after the pause. These progressions were specifically designed to be progressions commonly heard in undergraduate aural skills classes, so that there would be a certain level of expectation to come with the progressions here. And the goal was to test whether participants actively distinguished between inverted chords, which were the ending chords here. So essentially, instead of a harmonic expectancy violation where the final chord is very clearly heard as either incorrect or correct, so for example, if you have a C major progression and you end the progression with an F sharp minor, that would be heard as kind of a major violation. But here, I'm more concerned with how musicians hear more subtle violations, which might not sound inherently incorrect or correct. So for each progression, I presented the anticipated final chord in its 3 inverted forms, and then I used a 4th chord, which served as a test to whether or not we care more about hearing correct bassline or correct chord content. And I say correct here to mean the most expected. So for example, in progression 1, the 4-6-4 chord contains the expected scale degree 1 that we would get moving from a 5 chord to a 1 chord, but it does not have the pitch class content of a 1 chord. And I'll point out here that progressions 1 and 3 both set up an authentic cadence before the final chord, whereas progression 2 elicits expectation using the Romanesca progression. So I wanted to test varying expectations with regard to cadences and sequences. So here are the results from the survey. On the left, you can see that in all 3 progressions, people do tend to rate the root position chords higher than inverted chords. And you can see this especially well in progression 1, which is highlighted in black. Progression 2 kind of has medium ratings across the board, which is probably because the Romanesca's ending isn't quite as constrained as the cadential endings for progressions 1 and 3. On the right here, I've compared the mismatched chords, which are the chords with the correct bass line but the incorrect content. And we do see that aside from progression 2, people tend to rate the mismatched chords much lower than they do for the progression 1 and 3 endings. So in my second survey, I used the exact same format, but this time I wanted to see whether people have particular expectations for inverted chords rather than root position chords. And again, I've highlighted in gray the chords that I think are most expected to come after that pause. I again designed chord progressions that I found to have some level of constraint and expectation moving into the final chord after the pause. So for example, in progression 4, I set up a 5-4-2 chord before the pause and anticipated a strong expectation for a 1-6 chord to come next. And I used the same kind of mismatched chords where the bass line matched the expected ending, but the content did not. So in progression 4, the 3 chord has the anticipated scale degree 3 in the bass that would come with a 1-6, but it doesn't have the content of the 1 chord. And these results are a little bit more mediocre than the first survey. On the left, the graph on the left, we do see higher ratings for the 1-6 chords in progression 4, which is what we had expected. But in both progressions 5 and 6, the ratings for all of the final chords fall very much in the middle, which means to me that they didn't have strong expectations either way. On the right, I've included the mismatched chords. And the same is true, where people tended to rate the mismatched chord endings just as high as the others. So they weren't really distinguishing between expectation there. And my guess here is that the difference between survey results has a lot to do with particular expectations that are set forth by cadences and root position chords, but I plan to explore this further. Thank you.
All right, we got to vacate the room, but please swamp Emily with questions afterwards. Thanks, everybody.
Good evening, everyone, and welcome to our panel tonight, Lewin, Where You Least Expect Him. Before I introduce our first speaker, I would just kindly remind you that if you have a question, to please come to the microphone and use the microphone. And please stay at the microphone because you and the presenter may have an exchange. And we want to make sure that all of that exchange is audible. So don't feel like you have to run back to your seat and then have an exchange with the speaker that we cannot all hear. This is especially important because this presentation is being live streamed. And it would be impossible for the people on the live stream to hear everything unless you're at the microphone. So if you could please attend to that, we would very much appreciate it. Our first speaker this evening is Jessica Rudman. Jessica Rudman is a composer and theorist at the Hart School who received her doctorate from the City University of New York Graduate Center. She has presented research on Ligeti, Zwilich, and the Greek genera at conferences including the Music Theory Society of New York State, the New England Conference of Music Theorists, and the European Music Analysis Conference. Dr. Redmond is a 2019 CT Office of the Arts Fellow and a Composer Fellow in the American Opera Project's Composers and the Voice program. Please welcome Dr. Jessica Redmond.
Ellen Tafe Zwilich has been a significant figure in American music for more than 3 decades. Yet, surprisingly little theoretical research has been published on her music. Most of the available sources are performance dissertations focusing on Zwilich's approach to writing for a certain instrument or ensemble. A few others instead trace her use of motives within a single work. Fewer still go beyond general discussions of thematic development, instrumental writing, or overall style. However, Zwilich's music is full of sophisticated pitch processes that can be revealed by adopting a transformational perspective and focusing on her use of common tone-preserving contextual inversions. This presentation will introduce the family of such inversions and show how those transformations influence both the musical surface and the form of Zwilich's quintet. A contextual inversion is any inversion around some characteristic element within a set, rather than around a specific pitch or pitch class. Arguably, the most well-known of those transformations are the L, R, and P shown in examples 1 and 2. Cohn 1997 generalized these originally triadic transformations to apply to other trichords by defining them as follows. L inverts around the smallest interval, R around the medium interval, and P around the largest interval. Defining analogous transformations on larger set classes has posed an interesting challenge that theorists have approached from a variety of angles. Gallin 1998 and Childs 1998 both focus on common tone-preserving transformations that apply to O258. Strauss 2011 expands PR and L to all tetrachordal classes, but leaves behind his systematic approach for larger cardinalities. Instead, he defines such transformations on a case-by-case basis. Lewin, 1993, and 2008 took a similar ad hoc approach to transformations on larger set classes. Despite these varied methodologies, all of these transformations involve inverting a set around one of its symmetrical subsets. That symmetry allows those pitch classes to map onto themselves or each other in the inversion and appear invariant. Such transformations thus belong to a family of common tone-preserving contextual inversions that can be defined as follows. Given a set of cardinality n, Jx refers to any contextual inversion wherein the pitch classes of a symmetrical subset with cardinality n minus x invert onto themselves, while the remaining x pitch classes invert around the same axis to new pitches. I'll use the label J in reference to the entire family of common tone-preserving contextual inversions. Jx will refer to a given cardinality of J inversions. J1 will thus signify any transformations where a symmetrical subset of n minus 1 notes is maintained and one pitch moves to a new note. J2, transformations where a symmetrical subset of n minus 2 notes is preserved while 2 pitches move, and so on. There are some other labeling conventions that will come in handy for our analysis, but I'll introduce them when they become necessary. J inversions may be ordered, for example, as retrograde inversional chains or as Lewin's much, or they may be unordered. Both types figure prominently in Zwilich's quintet. The first movement is primarily based on triads combining to produce various larger set classes. Subtle motivic connections and the use of J link it to the later movements, which are more intimately connected. While this presentation will focus on those later movements, the processes I'll discuss do have their analogs in movement 1. Both movements 2 and 3 are based on set class 012479, which is first introduced in movement 2. It then gradually takes over, serving as the source for all new pitch material in the finale. This main hexachord class is most frequently presented as a 6-note blues scale on A, the note that is the tonic of the whole work. In addition to giving the movements their blues feel, 012479 has 2 interesting characteristics Zwilich exploits. Both of these aspects exert great influence over the musical surface of all 3 movements, while the second also plays a structural role in movements 2 and 3. First, the set class contains 4 J1-related 025 trichords that can be arranged as a retrograde inversional chain or ridge. This can be seen in example 5, where the notes of the hexachord are presented in a -2, -3 pattern, with the final descending major second filled in chromatically. That particular ridge is the basis for the bluesy viola melody of movement 2, shown in example 6. That melody returns throughout the movement, and its 025 riches are a main motive. Additionally, riches on other trichords saturate the musical surface of all 3 movements, so the process of retrograde inversional chaining helps tie the piece together. The second important property of the 6-note blues scale Zwilich exploits is its high potential for J inversions. There is one possible J1 transformation, which preserves the pentatonic subset. There are 4 possible J2 transformations, so some means of differentiating between them is necessary. Generally, it will be helpful to see what the symmetrical subset is in order to distinguish between various J inversions of the same cardinality. This can be done by giving the prime form of the subset in parentheses as a subscript, as seen with J2 0347 and J2 0127. However, if more than one instance of the same subset class is present, we will then need an additional level of differentiation. This is the case with the 2 remaining J2s, both of which invert around a form of 0257. In such cases, the subscript can show the subset not in its own prime form, but in numerals taken from the original subset's prime form, the original set's prime form, and using curly brackets. Thus, we have J2 2479 and J2 0279. Zwilich's use of the different transformations helps to delineate the work's form. J1 is used prominently in both movements 2 and 3. The second movement also utilizes J2 0347, while the third replaces that with J2 2479. The 2 remaining types of J2 are not found between adjacent hexachords in any movement. Their absence suggests that Zwilich was not consciously trying to include all possible J2s on the hexachord, but rather was focused on the content of the preserved subsets and/or the specific pitches that would arise from the J inversions. To demonstrate how Zwilich uses J inversions and transpositions on the main hexachord, I will map her transformations on the set class space shown in example 8. The members of the set class space that match the 6-note blues scale compose the front plane. while the other members of this set class, which include its prime form, are shown on the rear. Forms within each plane are related by T5 along the horizontal axis and T3 on the vertical axis, with J1 linking the planes. Though sets appear in multiple locations on the diagram here, all instances of a given set are in fact the same node in a toroidal space. Example 9 summarizes the transformations that will play important roles in movements 2 and/or 3. The J2 that is used in movement 2 is shown across the top of the cube. The J2 2479 used in movement 3 is shown diagonally on the side of the cube. And then T4 and T2 are the diagonals within a given plane. The second movement includes 2 large sections plus a brief coda. The first spans measures 1 to 60 and includes the main hexachord alongside other pitch collections. We start with a walking bass. We're going to have some additive texture. The violin has a stretched out quote from Schubert's Trout. And here's that main bluesy melody. The A prime section covers measures 61 to 102 and begins like a repetition of A transposed up a major third. However, it quickly veers off course, coming to focus on the 012479 found only sporadically in the first half. The coda, measures 103 to 117, features a brief reorchestrated reprise of the opening. This section is much shorter than the previous 2, continuing the trend of formal acceleration and liquidation to end the movement. A somewhat different structure can be revealed by examining Zwilich's use of the main hexachord. The A section features 1 pass within the set class space. Despite being shorter, the A prime section completes 2 such passes with the final 2 moves found in the coda. The first pass begins on the tonic hexachord and introduces J1, which then repeats to return to the start. Motion down T5 is then used in the same fashion. A J2 0347 J1 progression follows to take the music away from the tonic set and end the first pass. The second pass picks up in a region of the set class space at T4 to that of the first pass. This pass follows the same series of moves, but the absence of other material allows the progression to finish in just 14 bars. This leaves room for a second pass in the A prime section. So T5 returns the music to the tonic set in measure 78, where the third pass begins. While the motions of the first pass started out circling around the tonic before becoming more directed, here the music tries to move away but keeps getting pulled back. Pass 3 begins with the final 2 moves of the previous 2 passes, J2 0347 followed by J1. The music then retreats along the same path, returning to the tonic. Next, those motions are compressed into T3. This simplification of a series of moves into one direct transformation is a technique that Zwilich also uses in the finale. The 3 remaining transformations of the pass all feature similar reversals. Down T5, and then another T3, and then T2. This newly introduced T2 transformation will become important in the third movement, and its use here opens up an area of the pitch space that will be the focus of the A section's finale. The second movement ends when the interaction of the tonic hexachord with its J1 associate reappears in the coda. That motion had been the first element of pass 1, so its return here gives the movement a rounded finish. The three-part harmonic structure that lies beneath the second movement's two-part form is fully brought to the surface in the third movement. The A section is based on 012-479 with occasional interjections of whole tone tetrachords, dominant seventh chords, and quotes from movement 2. Start out with a unison opening motive, which is now going to be treated in canon. Whole tone chord and T5 of the opening canon. The B section, measures 71 to 99, features quotes from movement 1 juxtaposed with material from the A section. So this is movement 1's opening. Now we get some of that bluesy material coming back. The final A section is similar to the first, but brings together material from all three movements. The opening A section includes two passes through the hexachord space. The first begins with two iterations of T5 to bring the music down a major second. In addition to opening new areas of the set class space, this progression has two important implications for the rest of the movement. First, T-2 functions prominently in the B section. Second, this T-2 related set becomes the central node in the A prime section. The second half of the pass returns the music to its origin via a new route. Down T3, followed by J2 2479 and J1. In this pass and the remainder of movement 3, Zwilich replaces the J2 0347 used in movement 2 with J2 2479, thus differentiating the movements by including a different type of J2. The second pass reverses the two halves of pass 1. The departure function is now fulfilled by T-3, J2 2479, and J1, while two iterations of T5 affect the return. This changed order introduces sets not reached in the first pass and emphasizes the possibility of reaching a certain destination by different but equivalent routes. The B section begins with a quotation of the first movement's opening transposed down T5 from its original pitch level. Throughout this section, that distinct material is juxtaposed with music from the A section. Here, though, only the blues scale forms of the set class are included, and only two transformations, T5 and T-2, are used. T5 played an important, prominent role throughout the music to this point and is a strong source of continuity in the work. T-2, on the other hand, was rarely used in movement 2 and was found only indirectly in the A section of movement 3, composed out as two iterations of T5 or as J2 2479, J1 T5. This underlying relationship is now brought to the fore in the B section. Overall, the hexachord forms used here spell out a +5 -2 rich on O25. Zwilich thus echoes the surface riches in the structure of the B section's single pass through the hexachord space. The A prime section begins not on the tonic hexachord, but on one related by T-2. This pass starts like the first pass in the original A section, but ultimately deviates from that path. while the original A section pass concluded with a T-3, J2, 2479, and J1, here, J1 is replaced by a repeat of J2, 2479, which cancels the previous move, and then T5 to return to the starting set. That substitution of J2, 2479, and T5 for J1 also occurs in the second pass of A prime. The previously critical J1 transformation does not link any consecutive hexachords in the final section. One of the primary transformations in the work thus disappears by being decomposed into other operations. This final pass is also missing the T5 that would return the progression to its starting hexachord. Rather than completing the pass and arriving at a set missing the tonic, Zwilich instead has the ensemble move to octave A's. A quotation from movement 1 elaborates those insistent iterations of the tonic, bringing the music full circle to end the work. Notably, the quote she chose features a -3, -5 triadic rich. Focusing on Zwilich's use of common tone preserving contextual inversions has allowed us to see beneath the surface of the quintet and better understand its construction. Analyses like that given today can also be used to further studies of her work in general. Writings about Zwilich often emphasize two common themes: her emphasis on organicism and the division of her work into two stylistic periods. Organicism occurs when small motives introduced early on serve as the building blocks for an entire piece. Zwilich's use of J inversion allows those motivic seeds to grow into larger structures, but has been missing from previous discussions of her work. Tracing J inversions within a piece can thus help explain how organicism manifests in Zwilich's music and shed new light on her overall compositional technique. Such analyses can also help to refine the off-repeated trope of her two distinct stylistic periods. Zwilich's early music is typically described as atonal, dissonant, inaccessible, and modernist, while her later works are seen as tonal, consonant, accessible, and neo-romantic. Though her language certainly does change around 1979, the divide is not so clear-cut as previous sources state. J inversions, for example, feature prominently in works throughout both periods, as I have demonstrated in my dissertation. Despite her shift in style, then, Zwilich uses the same types of processes throughout her career. They're just applied to different objects. Comprehensively analyzing Zwilich's use of J inversions across her catalog has been extremely illuminating, and taking a similar approach to the work of other post-tonal composers could offer similar insights. Thank you.
Thank you, Jessica. Do we have any questions? Please come to the microphone. Okay, I'll start. In the way that these pitch sets are projected on the surface of the music, does the realization of the common tones often come about so that it's like an inversion, or is it more like a kind of two transpositions operating at the same time, if you know what I mean? Like a T0 with the other notes moving more like in transposition than in inversion.
So in this piece, she's often projecting the sets linearly. So in terms of the ordering, it is like, you can see both the inversion
like
and the transposition, like a rich and things like that. She does that very frequently. She'll also present the sets so that, for example, the piano might have the preserved subset, and the other instruments will have first the one note and then have the note that is the J inversion around the subset that's in the piano. So she uses different presentations that emphasize sort of different aspects of the transformation.
Interesting. Now is your chance. Okay, I'll ask another one. So, I thought it was really interesting at the end of the paper where you talked about how these inversions become a kind of a way to look across this stylistic divide that's in the scholarship. Are there other facets in her music that you think that come to play in your analyses where these stylistic divides are very pronounced? Or do you prefer to kind of paper over that stylistic change?
No,
through
I
your
mean,
contextual inversions?
If you if you listen to the pieces, there is a clear, there's a clear stylistic change. My point is just that even though how she's saying what she wants to say, and maybe in a certain extent what she wants to say in her music changes, she's still thinking in similar ways about what she's doing in the music. And she's still, I don't know that she's consciously thinking about these types of inversions, but something in her musical intuition leads her ear towards these types of processes.
Yeah, it's very interesting. It reminds me a little bit of Carter, who also is very interested in common tones, but in a very different way.
Yeah,
I think.
I've started looking a little bit at Carter, at Gra in particular, in terms of how he's using J inversions in that piece.
Yeah, and okay, I don't want to hog the mic, but I'll keep talking. So I guess my last question is, you're a composer yourself. Mm-hmm. Has this influenced do you see any influence in your own compositional language through studying her music?
A little bit. I do notice that I'm thinking more of balancing around things now than I was before. I have in a couple pieces specifically tried to organize things thinking in this way, but most of the time I'm composing more intuitively. Mm-hmm. I have been approached by other composers who have been starting to experiment with using this to inform their compositional process. My dissertation has a fairly extensive set of appendices that have data about all of these different common tone preserving contextual inversions, which sets are capable of these, what the subsets are, what the voice leading distances are. So there's a lot of information there that composers could use if they wanted to.
Wow, that's really interesting. Thank you so much. Thank you for bringing, this composer. I mean, we're all familiar with her existing, but I don't know how familiar we are with her music. So thank you for bringing this music to our attention. This was a very interesting paper. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
our next speaker. Can you hear me? Our next speaker is Robert Wells. Robert Wells is assistant professor of music theory, director of keyboard studies, and director of the Indian Music Ensemble at the University of Mary Washington in Fredericksburg, Virginia. He received both his PhD in music theory and master's degrees in music theory and in piano performance and literature from the Eastman School of Music. His research interests include mathematical music theory, the theories of David Lewin, and rhythm and meter theory with special applications to Liszt and South Indian Carnatic music. Robert's work on metric conflict in Liszt can be found in Music Theory Online, and an article on rhythmic metric transformations in Carnatic music is forthcoming in the Analytical Approaches to World Music Journal. Please welcome Dr. Robert Wells.
So before I get into my topic proper, I like to give a little bit of background to South Indian Carnatic music for those of you who aren't familiar with the tradition. So first, it's a tradition that goes back several centuries. It is rooted in Hinduism. And it has an intricate system of rhythm and meter that's marked by a quasi-metric structure called the tala. So the tala consists of beats that are grouped into larger units, angas, and then the avartas, which are like measures. And what's distinctive about the tala especially is it's tracked with special hand gestures called kriyas. So I'm going to demonstrate the hand gestures for the most common tala, which is adi tala, which is an 8-beat cycle. Adi tala goes like this: clap, pinky, ring, middle, clap, wave, wave. And you'll hear an example of adi tala shortly. Now, whenever a performer or improviser is performing within the tala, there are two ways that the gestures and rhythmic phrases could interact with the tala. One way is through what's called sarvalagu, or time flow. So these are gestures that fit in neatly with the tala and seem to support the tala. We also have kanika, which means calculation. And these are gestures that generate a sort of tension with that tala. And both of these factors are essential in how Indian music in the South Indian tradition works. And I'd like to illustrate that with an example. This is a mridangam solo by Rohan Krishnamurthy, and it's in adi tala. It's in a slow adi tala, which I've represented with an 8/2 time signature, so the beat will be represented by the half note. And the double bar lines represent, they bound each tala cycle. The single bar lines represent angas, which are tala subdivisions. Now, what I primarily want you to listen for in this excerpt is how the beginning and end of the excerpt are going to demonstrate that sort of time flow, these patterns that really fit neatly within the tala. The middle section will generate some tension with the tala. So I'm going to play the excerpt while tracking the tala with kriyas. Now, my main goal for today is to explore how rhythmic calculation, how this tension with the tala can be expressed via a formal music theoretic perspective. And I'm going to focus, due to limited time, on special rhythmic cadences called moras that can be exploited in an improvised solo to generate tension with the tala. And I'm going to do this using a metric generalized interval system called MET that I developed in previous research. Now, before I get into the details of how that works, I will mention a few prior theoretical studies in rhythmic calculation in Carnatic music. Some studies have focused on classification, so Morris's studies look at classification of talas, also some rhythmic cadences. Other studies consider improvisational issues writ large. There are also studies that get more analytical and also performative, but the goal in these studies isn't necessarily to develop a formal theoretical system. In other studies, including some of my previous work, the focus is analysis of existing performances, but the improvisational processes aren't really the focus. So my goal for today, first I'll say the things I'm not trying to do. I'm not going to try to give a comprehensive explanation of how Carnatic musicians are actually thinking when they're performing. And I'm not going to try to improve upon traditional methods, because they obviously work quite well. What I will try to do is provide just an exploration of the improvisational possibilities given certain musical parameters. So in particular, given certain parameters, what could a performer or improviser do? And so my hope is these methods could complement rather than supplanting traditional techniques. So in sum, my main purpose is to provide a fresh theoretical perspective that can shed new light on implementing these rhythmic cadences in Carnatic improvisation. So now I'd like to get to the details of the theoretical tool I'll be using, MET, which is summarized if you have a handout on page 2. The details are there. I'm not going to go into all the details for today. I'm going to give you kind of the bare bones intuitive approach. But if you want the full details about how you map points into the gist and so forth, you can do so there. Now, generalized interval system, for those of you who haven't really worked with a lot of Lewin, the simple definition is it's a space where you can measure abstract intervals, more or less, between points. Now I'd like to illustrate this particular gist and how you measure intervals in it using a Carnatic Gitam, Sri Govinda. So a Gitam, this is one of the first songs that a Carnatic singer will learn. And this one is in Matya Tala, which is 10 beats. And the kriyas are clap, 2, 3, 4, clap, wave, clap, 2, 3, 4. Now, once again, the double bar lines represent full Tala cycles. Single bar lines are Tala subdivisions. You'll also see whenever the music gets down to the second line, we have dashed bar lines. What's going to happen there, as you will hear, is we start getting what sounds like little mini measures of 3. So I'd like you to listen to that and also notice how it will, and I encourage you if you want to try the Tala with me, you'll really feel that tension when we get to that spot. Now I'm actually going to start a full Tala cycle before the transcription, just to get us into it. Now we're on the slide. Okay, so not so easy. Just try singing while you're doing that. Now, I've put above the staff some annotations, which I'd like to explain. So when those 3 units start happening, they generate essentially 2 metric layers, one of which I designate the X layer. And this is represented by the Tala. This is kind of like in Western music, it might be notated measures. This is kind of a background metric layer that's just given. There's also a Y layer, which is generated by perception, so cues in the sounding music. And so in the second line, we start getting these Y measures of 3. Now, while I could go through all the details about what the points in this gist are, and again, that's on the handout, I'm not going to focus on points because I want to do things in the Lewinian spirit, so I'm going to focus on the intervals. So here's how we can directly get the intervals between any 2 time points in the score. The first component is the number of X measures between point A and point B, which essentially is the number of Tala cycles. So in this case, we have each of those little 3 units is 3/10 of a Tala cycle. The second component is number of these Y measures, these perceptual units. So there's 1 in the span that I've indicated. And the last component is how has that Y downbeat, the sort of heard downbeat, been displaced, mod the meter, so mod 10 in this case. So it would be +3, so that heard downbeat moves forward by 3. So that's how you interpret the intervals I'll be using for today. Now, the simplest device for generating tension with the Tala is the mora, or at least for today. So this is a rhythmic cadence. It consists of 5 parts. There are 3 statements separated by 2 gaps. The statements are often of equal length, but they don't have to be. But the mora is interesting in that the gaps could be sounded, they could be silent, They could even be omitted. Now, because this is sort of a cadence, it does have to end in a particular place, usually at the end of a section, end of a phrase. They must either end on sum, which is beat 1 of the tala, or the location where the main melody and text begins, the adupa. So the blue note that I've indicated, the note with the tie, that is where the main text of the song would begin. So I'm going to perform these two moras for you on swaras, which are Indian solfege syllables, and I won't be performing these with gamakas, which are the characteristic ornaments, just for clarity, so you can hear the rhythmic structure. And this is in Raga Mohanam and Rupakatala. So here's the first one. Sada paga da pagari pagari sa riga pada. And here's the second one, which does not have gaps. The gaps have been omitted. Sada pagari sada pagari sada pagari sa riga pada. So those are two very characteristic examples of moras. Now, to incorporate those into an improvisation, the performer has to know exactly where to start those to end in the desired place in the tala. So let's consider how we might go about figuring that out, and let's actually define some met intervals spanning some of these mora structures. Now, I'd like to introduce a new tala, Tishrajati Eka tala, which is very simple. It's just clap, pinky, ring. Within that tala, I'd like to introduce a mora based on an Indian solfege pattern, so tadingi natom, a 5-syllable sokatu pattern, as it's called. Now, in the figure, the double bar lines still represent full tala cycles. Dash bar lines bound those repeating solfege patterns. So each of those I'm interpreting as one Y measure. Each of those is a statement. This one does have 0 gaps. There are no gaps in this one. So before talking about it further, I'm going to perform it for you. Ta, din. Ta dingi natom, ta dingi natom, ta dingi natom tam. So if we want to measure the interval across each of those S statements, each one of those is 5 16th notes, as I've transcribed them. So each statement will be 5/12ths of a tala cycle. It will be one sort of perceptual unit, performative unit. And it will shift the heard downbeat forward by 1 1/4 beats, mod 3. So that's just one statement. Now, if we multiply that by 3, we'll get the cumulative interval across this whole structure. And I'll just note that that last component is calculated mod 3. That's how I got plus 3/4 at the end. So what I get overall is 1 1/4 tala cycles, 3 perceptual units. Those are the 3 statements. And overall downbeat shift is plus 3/4. And I will mention the interval on the left, the 3 times 5/12ths, 1 plus 1 1/4. This is a decomposition of the interval on the right. So we can kind of see some of the internal structure of the interval on the far right. Now, I'd like to say, just kind of consider, what does this mean? What does this, sea of numbers actually mean? So in terms of improvisational information, that 1 1/4 tells us that the motor will reach its conclusion just over a full tala cycle beyond where we begin it, where the improviser begins it. The 3, it has 3 components, those 3 statements. And the plus 3/4, that means it's going to shift that Y downbeat forward 3/4 of a beat. So what that means is, overall, so suppose the improviser wants to end on beat 1. This 3-component mora has to begin on beat 3 1/4, 3 1/4 of some tala cycle, and realignment with the downbeat will occur just over a tala cycle later. Now, often different sections of a piece, and this happened in the Krishnamurti example, will incorporate different beat divisions, or nadais, and these are, so in the first case, I divided the beat into 16th notes. We could also divide the beat into what in Western notation might be like a triplet, a quintuplet, and so forth. And when that happens, the solfege syllables are mapped onto those new beat subdivisions. So what we can do is take that same mora that we just started with, the ta dingi natom, and redistribute over these new nadais, these new beat subdivisions. We'll get a very different sound, as I'll demonstrate. So I'm going to perform the second and third examples, the second which has a triple subdivision, the last has a 5-part subdivision. Ta dingi natom, ta dingi natom, ta dingi natom, ta dingi natom tam. And then the last one, ta dingina tom ta dingina tom ta dingina tom tam. Now, the last one fits very neatly into the tala, and you can kind of see that in the interval structure. The interval now ends with a 0, so that wide downbeat shift has kind of been neutralized. Whereas the triplet version, we get a +2, so the wide downbeat shifts by +2 instead of +3/4, which we saw with the 4-part division of the beat. We also see the actual linear length of each of these statements changing as we go through these different beat subdivisions. So that's what that first coordinate is representing. And by the time we get to the 5-part division, we have exactly 1 tala cycle spanned by the whole mora. Okay, so we've considered the mora and its variants. We've considered some very simple moras with no gaps. Let's consider one that's a little bit more complicated. This one has gaps and the statements are a little bit longer. Now, I haven't incorporated this into a tala yet, so what it looks like now, if I just did it without the tala, ta ding gina tom tam, ta ding gina tom tam, ta ding gina tom tam. But let's say we do incorporate it into adi tala, the most common tala. So if we go back to our quintuple subdivision, chaturshra nadai, there are going to be 4 16th notes per beat, 32 16th notes overall in adi tala, 1 cycle. So the met intervals we get, each statement will be 7/32 tala cycles, 1 perceptual unit, plus 1 3/4 shift of the perceived downbeat. The gap will be 3/32, 1 plus 3/4. Those are going to be the intervals for individual statement and gap. So what we can do is just add all the statements together, get a new interval, add all the gaps together, get a new interval. And then when we add both of those together, combining intervals in that Lewinian way, we can get a cumulative interval. So 27/32 tala cycles for that whole mora, 5 units, statement gap, statement gap, statement, and perceived downbeat shifts by -1 1/4 mod 8. So in terms of how we might interpret that, here's what we know. If we want to end on the downbeat, that mora has to begin 1 1/4 beats after the downbeat in some cycle. So in other words, we start on beat 2 1/4, do the solfege pattern, we will end on beat 1. And we'll have to start in the tala cycle directly before that goal downbeat. Here's how this will sound, and you'll notice the notation starts to get rather forbidding. It's actually easier to perform without looking at the notation with all of these. Ta din gi natom tam, ta din gi natom tam, ta din gi natom tam. Now, one final thing I'll mention, there's another way of varying a mora beyond just changing the beat subdivisions. We can also transform moras through what's called trikala technique, and this is where we change the speed of the melody or of the rhythm over a constant tala. So a simple example I've presented here, a simple rhythmic solfege pattern, which I have doubled the speed of. So that's what that k = 1/2. I'm contracting it by half, so to speak. And notice how the intervals change as you listen to it. Ta, ka, di, mi, ta, ka, jo, nu. Ta, ka, di, mi, ta, ka, jo, nu, ta, ka, di, mi, ta, ka, jo, nu. So the interval changes quite substantially, and it actually does so in a predictable way. So in Met theory, this is an intervallic expansion or contraction, which is basically where we scale the y measures over the constant x measure backdrop. So mathematically, there is actually a way to calculate this. So there's a formula that I derived in some of my previous work. If we take the interval x, y, a, we can multiply the first component by k, which is the expansion or contraction value, leave y the same. The last component becomes k times x times the meter. So let's say we wanted to do this mora that I just performed double speed, and we still want to line up with the downbeat at the end. We could just do the math. We end up with this interval 27/64 tala cycles, 5 y measures, plus 3 3/8 downbeat shift. Now what this tells me is the improviser would have to start on beat 5 5/8 of the tala, and that whole mora will now last just about 1/3 of a tala cycle, so it will really shrink. So I'm going to start in exactly that place. I'm going to first do the mora in its original form, then I'm going to attempt the double speed one, so we'll see how this goes. So I'm going to go ahead and show you what the double speed one looks like. Okay, so Ta din gi naton tam, ta din gi naton tam, ta din gi naton tam. Now here's a double speed one. Ta din gi naton tam, ta din gi naton tam, ta din gi naton tam. And then it winds up with the downbeat. Thank you. So these formulas make the expansion and contraction actually pretty easy to calculate regardless of the complexity of the mota, regardless of the value of k. So to conclude, as we've seen through the study of these motas and their transformations, met-based techniques can aid understanding of improvisational possibilities in Carnatic music as follows. So we can understand the interactions between calculation-based patterns and a given tala. And so we can know where exactly do we need to begin a mota in order to get a certain metrical effect, in order to end in a certain place. And the mathematical approach allows us to work with patterns of really high complexity. We can also preview the effect of changing the beat subdivision. We can see how does that redistribute the notes or the syllables with relation to the tala. And we can predict the effect of trikala technique for any expansion and contraction values we like. Now, a few ideas for further study. We could consider using the same sort of techniques, but not just for little short motas, but for longer structures like chordways, which are they can be very long and complex rhythmic cadences, often composed in advance, actually. Another consideration is how translatable is a given pattern to a different tala? If we translate a mota to a different tala, what are the new sort of metrical implications or rhythmic implications? And finally, how could the intervallic approach help us understand how to set up these motas or chordways through sarvalagu patterns? How could we take a phrase and maybe turn that into something that would lead to a rhythmic cadence? How would the mathematics work out? So in sum, while there's no magical elixir to understand the intricacies of Carnatic rhythmic improvisation, it's my hope the current results can at least modestly facilitate navigating the varied improvisational possibilities within this fascinating music. Thank you.
Thank you, Robert, for a very interesting paper, and as always, a great display of your musicianship. Thank you. Do we have any questions? Please come to the microphone. No one. Actually, go.
Thanks for this.
Can you turn it around so it's easier for you?
Yeah. Hi. Thanks for this great paper. I'm not familiar with the METGIS. I'm wondering how perceptual units are defined in a way that doesn't hinder any of the group theoretic underpinning of it being a GIS.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So the construction is basically as a direct product GIS, and essentially what I do is use the GIS is actually bigger than I need it to be in a way. So it's the full direct product space. A lot of it is kind of extraneous. So there is kind of a small portion of it I'm actually using for analysis. But in terms of defining the perceptual units, I'm really basing it more on like Lerdahl and Jackendorf type theory. So looking at things like parallelism, looking at things like phenomenal accents, all those sorts of things. That's how I'm actually getting a lot of these sort of perceptual ideas. That's where I'm getting the Y measures, so to speak, which kind of then interact with the whatever the either written meter or tala is to get the overall structure.
And over the course of a longer solo where the perceptual units might change, you don't end up having any risk of non-commutativity or I guess non-transitivity or non-associativity, do they?
Yeah, because it's all pretty much based on addition, that doesn't really become an issue because the GIS is an additive GIS. There are times it looks like I'm multiplying things, but even when I'm doing like 3 times an interval, really I'm just adding it to itself 3 times. So because it's all based on, it's a product of 3 GISs that are all additive, the commutativity doesn't become an issue. But yeah, that's a fair question. But yeah, that's why that doesn't become a problem.
Okay, thanks.
Other questions? Robert, I actually have a pedagogical question. I would like to hear more about this Indian music ensemble. Who are the students that are involved?
Sure.
What kinds of music making are they doing, and how do you facilitate that music making?
Right. So it's a mix of students. I mean, there's some music majors, probably equal numbers music majors and non-music majors. There have been some people in the ensemble who have never done any kind of music study before, other than maybe they took my introductory theory class where we spent like a day on Tala and tried, tracking the kriyas while listening to music. But yeah, most students are learning the theory completely from scratch. And so the way I approach it is we start with we're using the traditional vocal pedagogy by Purandara Dasa, who is like the father of Carnatic music. So he has these set of exercises that you start with basically singing this particular raga, Raga Maya Malavagala, and you do kind of up and down the scale at first in three speeds. So you do it, one syllable per beat, then 2 syllables per beat, then 4 syllables per beat. And so it's like a progressive study of these almost like solfege exercises. And eventually they get to the gitams, which are like the second excerpt I played, which are simple Carnatic songs. And so I'll sing a phrase, they'll sing it back. And it's all like very orally based. So they do have kind of like they have a sketch of the text and the solfege syllables that they're looking at, but primarily it's by ear because there are a lot of ornaments that just can't be really notated. But yeah, a lot of it is the singing. We also do some of the rhythmic, like the rhythmic solkatu, the solfege work there. And we also were fortunate enough to be able to get some traditional instruments. So we have a mridangam, we have gadam, have tamburas and all. Like we have a lot of instruments they actually get to play on as well. So then they can take some of these patterns that they're speaking and actually apply them to playing the instruments. But we also have, I always invite usually 2 or 3 guests each semester to come. We have a lot of local North and South Indian classical musicians around the Fredericksburg, DC, Richmond area. So usually we'll have a couple of guests each semester come, and they'll actually spend the day just teaching the students either a new song or a new instrumental technique or a new composition. So.
And you say they have the solfege on paper, but do you use any Western notation at all?
No, not at all.
Yeah, very interesting. Very interesting. Any other questions for Robert? Do you have another cool example you want to demonstrate for us? Not to put you on the spot, sorry. You didn't know I was going to do that.
I mean, there are some of the songs we've been working on. I could do little bits in like first speed and second speed or something. Oh, question.
Oh, we have a question.
Quick question. So you said you weren't going to make connection to the traditional pedagogies in which this is taught. But you also mentioned that there's practical knowledge you need if you're doing this improvisation, like where do you start in order to make this, since the pattern has to end on the downbeat. Yeah. So are there correlations between the way you're modeling it and the way the practitioners actually learn those practical pieces of information?
Yeah, it is interesting. One of the things that's part of the traditional pedagogy is being very proficient with these rhythmic solfege syllables. So all the ta dingi na tom or takadimi takajonu, those sorts of things. A lot of times, instead of actually counting, the musicians will like go through these syllables and kind of speak the syllables mentally to sort of count through things. And they'll become so adept at kind of mentally manipulating these syllables that it just becomes intuitive. They like know where to start without really thinking about it too hard. But there is one of the sources in the handout, the ER source. He actually has this whole sort of mathematical system worked out, like very intricate, very complex, where it's like basically a bunch of algebra, where he has all these x's and y's, half x plus 3y plus this and this will get you to this point in the tala. And he actually uses a system where he talks about like counting down instead of counting up. So like if you're starting, if you know you're 7 beats away from the downbeat, you'll go, so like 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and then you're on the downbeat. So he does it that way, using the system of kind of counting down. One thing I haven't investigated, because his system is very algebraic, I haven't really investigated like how his system specifically would line up with some of the things I'm doing. Yeah, his approach is just very unapologetically mathematical.
Okay, let's thank Dr. Wells. Thank you, Robert, so much.
Thank you.
Gavin Li is assistant professor at Soochow University near Shanghai. His work in the areas of queer music studies and transnational modernism appears in published or forthcoming articles in Music Theory Spectrum, Music Analysis, Journal of the Royal Music Association, and Current Musicology. He is editor of the recent Routledge volume, Rethinking Difference in Gender, Sexuality, and Popular Music. Please welcome Dr. Gavin Li.
Thank you. It's a pleasure to be here. In recent years, queer theorists have increasingly distanced themselves from the term queer. The reason for this can be gleaned from an article published in the New York Times in 2016. When everyone can be queer, is anyone? Citing ostensibly heterosexual figures from the music and film industry who reference the fluidity of gender and sexuality, the author of the article makes the case that queerness was then, in 2016, so widely accepted and reflected in Facebook's almost 60 options for gender identity. That's actually been removed. Now you can input whatever you want. So it seems like everyone is queer already back 3 years ago. The widespread acceptance of fluidity and non-normativity as hip rebellion has driven queer theory back to a solid conception of identity more familiar to feminist theory and critical race studies. Whereas queer theory in the 1990s promoted the notion that all identities arise within cultural contexts and ought to be destabilized and deconstructed, other fields of minoritarian studies have held on to identity as the primary epistemological and political concept. Back in 1995, the queer theorist David Halperin argued that, quote, queer is whatever is at odds with the normal, the legitimate, the dominant. There is nothing in particular to which it necessarily refers. It is an identity without an essence, unquote. This means that one can be queer not only in terms of gender and sexuality, but also race and class, and any other conceivable form of identity. Even minoritarian car models can be queer in a way. The idea that straight people can be queer is a logical endpoint of such an expansive conception of queerness as pure anti-normativity. And there is validity to the claim, made by those who partake of minoritarian sexual practices regardless of sexual orientation. But others who have claimed the queer label have done so on seemingly vague premises. In 2015, Lily Rose Depp, the daughter of Johnny Depp, took part in a public campaign called Self-Evident Truths. Organized by the photographer I.O. Taylor Riot, the campaign comprised 10,000 photographs of people who, quote, identify as anything other than 100% straight, unquote. The following year, the younger Depp clarified her position, quote, I was literally doing it just to say that you don't have to label your sexuality. So many kids these days are not labeling their sexuality, and I think that's so cool. If you like something one day, then you do, and if you like something else the other day, it's whatever. You don't have to label yourself because it's not set in stone. It's fluid, unquote. So Depp's position has shifted from ostensibly not being 100% straight to possibly being 100% straight, but rejecting labels of sexuality because they are irrelevant in a society attuned to fluidity. Since identity labels are normative, then rejection of labels is anti-normative, and in that sense, congruent with Halperin's definition of queerness. Many scholars have had enough of this, including Halperin. When I spoke to him in 2013, Halperin advocated for a return to the specific lives of those who are gay, lesbian, transgender, or bisexual, or the lives of people who are otherwise marginalized by their gender and sexuality. The key word here is marginalization, standing in contrast to the ostensibly straight white daughter of a famous actor. I would argue, however, that we still need the definition of queer as universal anti-normativity, specifically in the contemporary milieu of music scholarship, in which particularized identities and the related concept of difference, which I differentiate from anti-normativity, hold hegemonic positions. As a result, legitimate forms of knowledge are being occluded or understood in distorted ways, while generally some liberal and open-minded scholars who unknowingly step out of line are castigated, silenced, and effectively exiled from the scholarly community. It is in this context that I use the lens of queer as anti-normativity to investigate David Lewin's 1986 article, Music Theory, Phenomenology, and Modes of Perception. I suspect that it is clear by now that queerness in this paper does not imply anything about Lewin's gender or sexuality. Rather, my focus is on the drama of the article, which switches from the technical language of computer algorithms in the first shorter section to the effusive, rhapsodic, poetic prose of the second, slightly longer section. From a rhetorical standpoint, the second section effectively strikes through the first section. Furthermore, the flamboyant linguistic peculiarities of the poetic section stands in contrast to not just the first section, but also to the relatively rational norms of Schenkerian theory, set theory, and Lewin's own transformational theory. This flamboyance can be observed, for instance, in double exclamation marks and formulations such as U minor triad, referring to the unity of phenomenological experience as the listener perceives a minor triad. I regard the fundamental insight of Lewin's article as a fairly straightforward one. Perceptions of particular musical events or objects, such as chords, vary depending on the musical context, where context is defined as variable spans of music. In the passage from Schubert's Morgengruß, which Lewin focuses on, the same G minor chord in measure 12 can be perceived more locally as, for example, part of a cadence in D minor in measures 12 to 13 with the missing tonic, or the G minor chord in measure 12 can be contextualized more globally as part of the prolongation of the dominant of C across the entire excerpt, with the bass line descending chromatically from B flat to G, beginning in measure 12. Lewin analyzes 9 perception contexts or musical spans ranging from the single chord to 7 measures. These perceptions are expressed as a computer algorithm. Perception equals perception equals events, context, list of perception and relation pair, and list of statements in stipulated language. Relations exist between relatively local or global perception contexts. Relations express, for example, the later realization of a global musical event which had been implied locally earlier. Statements are embodied in the actual music of the perception context of X measures. Language refers to any system of signs and symbols, be it Schenkerian theory, poetic prose, or what Lewin calls his perception model or P model. Part of the usefulness of the P model lies in the elaboration of theories of expectation to include relations of inclusion, denial, reinforcement, annihilation, confirmation, elaboration, modification, sequential expansion, support, and qualification. But I'm much more interested in the radical switch of analytical language which Lewin makes for the second poetic section. Here is Lewin's description of the G-flat, F-sharp, and harmonicity in the development section of the first movement from Beethoven's Fifth Symphony. And then, after the tonicization of G-flat, you throw off your G-flat cloak and reveal yourself enharmonically as F-sharp all the time. The quote, the enharmonic shift takes place when the becalmed accordion-type alternations of the U minor triad in the winds and strings shift to a U6-3 harmony that is spelled as a D triad in first inversion, unquote. Lewin describes the enharmonic change from G-flat minor to D6-3, which as a predominant leads shortly to the recapitulation with a C minor cadence. The two languages that Lewin proposes in his article are so diametrically opposed that one wonders whether an article of this kind will be published today if were to go through the anonymous peer review process. Various explanations have been proposed by others for the switch of language. First, philosophers of phenomenology who influenced Lewin postulate a split between sense and referent, or the musical event, such as a G minor chord, and the perception, which is contingent on the relatively local or global musical span. Lewin tries to unite event and perception with terms such as U minor in the poetic section. Another explanation is that the P model involves the superimposition of multiple perception contexts, which breaks apart the unity of temporality in the unfolding of music. Perhaps both factors contribute to a perceived disconnect or disembodiment between the P model and Lewin's own experience of musical events. In the following, I shall elaborate not on the reason for the switch of language, but on what I regard as the queer politics Lewin exemplified in that move. Lewin's switch can be seen as primarily an anti-normative gesture, countering the hegemony of Schenkerian theory at the time when the article was written in the 1980s, and countering also the dominance of rational quasi-scientific languages employed by music theory up to the present day. Different forms of the word Schenker crop up 25 times in Lewin's article, though without rising to the level of being an explicit foundation which the P model resists. In the poetic section, Lewin discusses how certain forms of music theoretical languages are alienating without specifying which ones. Quote, "I worry a lot about the many examinations which I have attended and given, in which students are certified as competent musical perceivers primarily on the basis of the way in which they run critical analyses of given artworks using perceived languages L that are not of music. Sometimes a student becomes paralyzed if I go to the piano playing something and ask, 'Do you mean something like this?' Unquote. It might be said that this kind of experience is Lewin's primary motivation for writing the Phenomenology article. There is a disconnect between what Lewin calls, quote, 'received languages L that are not of music,' unquote, on the one hand, and listening experience on the other, which results in, quote unquote, paralysis. Reading the quoted passage against the article as a whole, I think there is strong reason to regard the unspecified language L in question as Schenkerian theory. As a point of comparison, Eugene Namour's theory of implication realization is also incorporated into some of Lewin's perception contexts, for the musical example from Morgan Bruce, which we saw earlier. Whereas Namour's theory is smoothly incorporated into the P model, however, Schenkerian theory receives a thorough commentary on the distinction between Schenkerian syntax versus expressive significance. Lewin discusses Ford and Gilbert's analysis of joy to the world, which presents the lineae as starting from 5 as cough tone on the word world, instead of starting on 8 as the cough tone on the word joy. Singers, on the other hand, would generally gravitate towards the word joy as a point of expressive intensity. Extrapolating from this case to longer passages of Schenkerian reduction, which would be even less intuitive, it is plausible that the particular language which might produce quote-unquote paralysis among students is Schenkerian theory. There are a couple of further points worth making here in relation to the postmodern turn in music research and issues of gender. Lewin's article was published in 1986, and his poetic section is prescient in that it preceded the postmodern turn of the 90s by a few years. There are important differences between Lewin's poetic writing and postmodern hermeneutics, but they share the same impulse of seeking significance within musical structures. Lewin's poetic prose shares a stylistic feature with hermeneutic writings by, for example, Lawrence Kramer, which is that both authors use language to embody musical expressivity. aiming to convey something of music's force through words. It is this intent which gives rise to the particularities of Lewin's poetic prose, the exaggeration of the double exclamation mark, the unusual formulation of U minor, the metaphor of the anharmonic cloak, and the verbal expression of musical surprise. This all strikes me as slightly queer and campy, with the narrative of identities concealed, the dramatic revelation upon the shedding of the cloak, the effusive relishing of anharmonicity, and a costume change from quote-unquote U minor to quote-unquote U63. But a more serious argument, following from Fred Malz's work, is that this freedom from systematicity points to a different kind of music theorist at work. Malz suggests that music theory imposes masculine rational structure onto music, perhaps to allay the music theorist's fear of losing control and lapsing into emotive femininity. It could be argued that Lewin's poetic prose is anti-normative in the sense of rejecting what we now call toxic masculinity. So, to summarize, Lewin's poetic prose rejects the norms of Schenkerian theory, of systematic music theory in general, and of the masculine ideals embodied in systematicity. But Lewin's poetic prose stands out for me among other forms of anti-normativity because his poetic prose is not just a deviation from external norms. It is a departure from Lewin's own P model, which he had painstakingly established in the first section of the article. Lewin's poetic prose thus enacts a self-negation, which can be understood in a couple of ways in relation to the ethics of difference. What I mean by the ethics of difference encompasses marginalized identities, particularized contexts, and a plurality of musical cultures. Marginality, particularity, and plurality are now regarded as default ethical standards. In contrast with self-negation, this kind of difference emerges from mutual negation between different entities. Essentially, it's a self-other kind of relation. There is much that is positive about the ethics of difference, but there is one glaring defect, which is that there is the unyielding demand that difference must be universally applicable. This places a conceptual hurdle in front of non-minoritarian or non-particularized concepts, as well as related research projects. For some music scholars, the study of white or European cultures is always equivalent to the deliberate erasure of minorities. Lack of participation of specific minorities who are considered to be the most marginalized in scholarly platforms is regarded as equivalent to oppression. This is even if other minorities are present. There is little to no consideration of factors such as the existence and readiness of willing scholars who work on emerging minority areas. Conference program committee members, reviewers, and university press editors are now adopting the logic of calling out, which is a radical version of the ethics of difference. Calling out applies the least charitable interpretation in a standardized manner across the board, making snap judgments based on the visible products of research such as conference panels and publications. The hidden process of collaboration, the scholar's overall outlook, and history of scholarly efforts are disregarded completely. This is in part because of an intensification of the hermeneutics of suspicion, according to which the strongest critique must be applied to the tiniest piece of evidence of what may be misunderstood as conservatism. The result is that folks who have been mischaracterized or folks who could have been called in to a more progressive agenda are excommunicated. And I should emphasize here that folks who are likely to be successfully called in would probably not be those going around arguing that Western civilization was invented by white men. That's not my audience, and we know where that comes from. It's a recent furore. I'm not here to denounce the ethics of difference, far from it. Minoritarian identity constitutes a lifeline for those whose existence continue to be erased, whose lives continue to be threatened on a daily basis, and whose sole relief from the suffocating weight of oppression is a scream of pain that is envoiced through identity. But the Enlightenment notion of a universal morality is perhaps one of the last bastions of a poorly construed universalism to be left standing. The Enlightenment form of morality presupposes an equivalence between all items in the moral category. This is known as an abstract universality, which, when applied to the ethics of difference, produces the outcome that the particularity of identity must be asserted in all circumstances, even if this is at the expense of alliance formation. A concrete universality, on the other hand, comprises of nothing but a series of exceptions, as explained by Zizek in his most recent formulation of the Hegelian concept. Anti-normativity is precisely a type of concrete universality insofar as its central conceptual maneuver is articulating exceptions to the norm. In the queer theory of the 90s, this has taken primarily the form of deconstructing norms of gender and sexuality, opening up space for the emergence of a multitude of genders and sexualities, to the point that the authenticity of these new genders and sexualities have been unfairly called into question. But to now reject the foundational anti-normativity of queer theory is akin to the snake eating its tail. Without the elevation of the exception to the rule, exceptions would never have become the rule in the first place, as we see in the Lily Rose Depp incident. What we need now, perhaps more than ever, is a conceptual framework that would allow all the exceptions to band together and form an alliance with the singular goal of broadening the progressive base and perhaps running certain individuals out of office. This happens when minority groups strategically and temporarily put common goals ahead of identity. I'm not saying that the most marginalized of people who need identity as a lifeline must necessarily suspend their identity in order to become part of an alliance between, say, transgender theorists, feminists, queer theorists, blacks, Asians, and white Democrats. Rather, those within different communities who are not struggling at the jagged edges of society, who are fortunate enough to receive the support of a liberal community. These are the folks who have a responsibility to give serious consideration to the notion of concrete universality and an alliance of exceptions. Joining this alliance would involve not just the self-negation of identity embodied in Lewin's article, which self-negates its own P model, but also the suspending of the most extreme form of the hermeneutics of suspicion. I would hope that what I'm proposing is not somehow received as a clandestine formulation of white nationalism or gender normativity just because I'm suggesting the temporary suspension of minority identities in the moments of alliance formation. What I am hoping for is that open-minded folks, perhaps without a complete understanding of minoritarian communities, would join the fight against oppressive norms of gender and sexuality, as well as other cultural norms such as the demand for an Enlightenment notion of universal scientific fact discovered through systematicity. This means temporary self-negation of one's gender and sexuality, and maybe self-negation of the way one has been trained to do music theory. At the end of the day, strategic self-negation and its theoretical and political potential might constitute the most enduring lesson of Lewin's queer phenomenology. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We have time for a couple of questions. Please come to the microphone because this is being live streamed and we want to make sure it gets out there.
Thank you for this. This is really great to listen to. And I really like the argument that you make for building power in a political sense around the way that you described in the latter part of your paper. It seems like there's a less, I don't know if you would say invoking queer theory as like a radical intervention into reading Lewin. There's a less radical way to read Lewin situation in that I've always been told that when I write like Lewin, I'm writing idiosyncratically, and that Lewin is a very idiosyncratic writer, and that something that afforded him the capacity to write this way was already being accepted into the mainstream of music theory work at the time, and that affording a particular privilege to get away with something. But there's a very different way, it seems, that the way in which queer identity or queer as a power-building movement later on was able to organize power or maybe be brought into the discipline as it was. I'm struggling to get my thought down to the essence of the point that I'm trying to make, but maybe if you could address more so what I'm bringing up about Lewin being generally more so read, or us generally thinking of Lewin as an idiosyncratic writer, which I think applying the idea of reading it queer as invoking queer theory is it resonates a lot. So
I understand that as saying that Lewin could afford to be anti-normative because he was already established and privileged, and indeed the anti-normative has been read as a function of, or rather anti-normative has been read as a function of privilege, but in a negative way. The argument from intersectional studies and black feminist studies is that it was white women who were able to exercise that kind of privilege and able to theorize that way, specifically Judith Butler. And on the other hand, studies of the lives of queer of color folk show that they often, should I say we often fall back onto racial identity because communities of color suffer the most direct oppression, and that's how they understand their lives. So I think that's a good point.
Thank you for a really remarkable paper. I think the intervention is really extraordinary, and I especially like, as James does, how this broadened out into a consideration not just of a close reading of Lewin, but of our current moment and of how coalition building might happen. I do want to think a little more about Lewin and think. I mean, first of all, I think James is right. This is Lewin at his most unbuttoned. There's a story. I mean, I don't know if I can tell it, but I mean, it's published in Music Perception. So this is kind of a fifth column. I mean, he was no fan of a lot of the kind of stuff that would go on in Music Perception. And this piece was accepted with no peer review. It was part of conference proceedings to the great consternation of some of the people who organized it. So I think some of the performativity around it is, well, here, I'm going to take up 60 pages of Music Perception and go and go and go, right? But what I wanted to push back a little on is this sense that the second half of the article negates the first half. That feels like an overstatement to me. One of the things Lewin does a lot, he's this person who sort of wants 1,000 flowers to bloom all the time. He kind of doesn't want to negate anything. So GMIT, for example, is a book that's all about their problems with intervals, right? But I'm going to spend 6 chapters on intervals. And then we're going to go to transformations, but then I'm still going to want to talk about intervals. Like, don't take my intervals away. And I feel that it's sort of the same way here. Remember that the second half of the article starts with this whole thing about political-legal dichotomies. Remember that? It's a wonderfully entertaining passage. And there he's really saying the P model helps me to avoid those political-legal dichotomies. I would also suggest that the P model itself has certain anti-normative queer elements in it. Think about how he defines. There are all these things built in that are very much about particular identities doing the perceiving, and what kinds of languages you bring to bear, and what kinds of cultural background. That's kind of baked into the formalism in the statement list and so forth. So I guess not a question, but suggesting that I feel like the first half is more queer than you say it is.
Yeah. So, I think that's great. In fact, the P model itself, come to think of it, is itself a kind of concrete universality. By forcing all the different ways of thinking that came prior to it to adopt the P model language, in effect, whatever theory it was, whether it was Schenkerian or whether it was more phenomenological, they had to self-negate and join the P model. So yeah, that's a great insight.
I wish that we had time for more discussion, but I think we need to move on. Please thank Dr. Lee. Okay, we have some stalwart folks gonna stay around for our final paper. So our final speaker is Alan Reese. Alan teaches music theory at the Cleveland Institute of Music. His interests include 20th century music, transformational theory, and the music of Szymanowski and Bacevich. Alan has presented at regional and national conferences, and his work on Szymanowski will appear in a forthcoming article in Music Theory Spectrum. Very exciting. Are we there? All right, so please welcome Dr. Reese.
The second movement of Karl Szymanowski's Myths, titled Narcissus, unsurprisingly takes its cue from Ovid's portrayal of the titular hunter in his Metamorphoses. After rejecting, let me go back to the right slide, there we go. All right, after rejecting the affections of the nymph Echo, Narcissus is cursed to gaze obsessively at his own watery reflection until his eventual death and subsequent transformation into a flower. Despite alluding to the myth, Szymanowski cautions against any programmatic temptations, quote, "It is not to be a drama, unfolding in a series of scenes, each of which has anecdotal significance. It is rather a complex musical expression capturing the beauty of the myth." Of course, this hasn't stopped analysts from venturing beyond mere evocations of the reflective waters. Several scholars, including Christopher Palmer, Didier Van Mura, and Sophia Hellmann, have called for programmatic readings of the movement. I continue this trend of politely ignoring Szymanowski's prohibitions and offer a narrative analysis of Narcissus inspired by both Freud's writings on narcissism as well as David Lewin's 1986 discussion of perceptual loops and Husserlian phenomenology. In short, I argue that the movement depicts the self-obsessive and self-referential qualities of the titular narcissist through diverse musical means, imitative PowerPoint, generative harmonies, inversional symmetry, and cyclic basslines. The composition's idiosyncratic sonata form highlights how Narcissus is tragically ensnared in a perceptual loop with his own reflection that can only be terminated with our protagonist's death and transfiguration. Freud distinguishes between primary and secondary forms of narcissism. Primary narcissism is an unavoidable feature of any child's personality, but most children outgrow it once they develop the ability to recognize and sexualize objects. Secondary narcissism emerges when the adult regresses to childhood behavior. The resultant model for their object of desire becomes, quote, "not the mother, but their own selves." Like the physically ill, the narcissist, Freud writes, quote, "relinquishes his interest in the things of the outside world and attends only to himself." I am not the first to connect Freud with Szymanowski's Narcissus. Stephen Downes's 1996 essay on narcissism and Szymanowski's output touches briefly on the composition and explores numerous facets of Freud's theories that are outside the scope of this paper. My analytical program focuses primarily on the role of inwardness and self-referentiality within Narcissus and how these concepts interact with Lewin's explanation of phenomenological loops. According to Lewin, quote, Husserl's perception structures characteristically involve themselves in loops with other perception structures that are among their objects or arguments. As an example, Lewin devises the following perception structure taken from Die Walküre. Siegmund's watching Sieglinde's watching Siegmund's watching Sieglinde's watching, etc. The two finite perceptions within, Siegmund's watching Sieglinde's and Sieglinde's watching Siegmund, create a recursive structure that could go on forever, trapped in an infinite loop. One way to terminate the loop is an external call from outside the loop, such as the return of Sieglinde's husband. Narcissus, meanwhile, is ensnared in a perceptual loop with his own reflection. Narcissus is watching Narcissus's reflections, watching Narcissus's, that's hard to say. Ovid captures both the circularity and resultant paralysis. He looks in wonder, charmed by himself, spellbound, no more moving than any marble statue. The loved becomes the lover, the seeker sought, the kindler burns. How often he tries to kiss the image in the water, dips in his arms to embrace the boy he sees there, and finds the boy himself elusive always. Additional actions create additional loops. Any attempt to touch the image disturbs it, leading to despair and desperation as he waits for the image to reform. Once it does, hope returns, followed by another failed union. In Szymanowski's Narcissus, 3 large-scale loops articulate the exposition, development, and recapitulation of the work's rotational form. Within each loop, there are 3 stages. First, Narcissus enters into a perceptual lock. Second, in the heat of passion, he reaches out, but third, he disturbs the water, sinks into a depression, and waits until the image reforms. Each loop features a higher peak and a steeper decline. The loops are further reinforced by a variety of techniques, such as canonic echoes in the primary theme or cyclic bass lines in the development. Inwardness and recursion are thus reflected both globally and locally within the composition. Figure 1 on your handout presents a formal outline of Narcissus. And on the back page, figures 2 through 4 provide baseline reductions of the exposition, development, and recapitulation. I'll return to these or portions of these figures throughout the presentation, but will in general have relevant portions on the screen when I reference them. Several factors contribute to the primary theme's rather nebulous formal character: an ambiguous tonal center, an initial lack of harmonic progression, and blurred phrase boundaries. Combined, these aspects suggest several simultaneous formal functions, namely introduction, primary theme, and ultimately transition. Altogether, they depict Narcissus's initial descent into self-obsession. Perhaps the most striking feature of the excerpt is the pervasive imitation between violin and piano. The primary theme appears 3 times in the violin, and each iteration brings further intervallic alteration. The piano, meanwhile, launches the theme repeatedly, with increasing fragmentation and development as it progresses, as shown by the scrolling reductions on the screen. That moves too fast for you to check it. Okay. The incessant imitation indicates self-obsession. The opening melody generates only repetitions or reflections of the original, and the pathology only worsens as the theme continues. We may also link the repetitions to echo. Narcissus' spurned admirer, cursed to repeat only what others say. Her affliction magnifies his self-absorption. He sees only himself and hears only his words. The sonority opening the work, hereafter called the Narcissus chord, has captured the attention of several Szymanowski scholars. Both Samson and Hellman separate the D-sharp, G-sharp bass line from the upper voices, but only Hellman imbues the chord with tonal function, namely a B dominant ninth set against a G-sharp minor bass line. Downes, meanwhile, cast the Narcissus chord as, quote, the source of melodic material and tonal progression in the piece. Most of his example 1 is now reproduced on the screen. Downes highlights the pentatonic, whole tone, tonal, and tritonal elements within the Narcissus chord. As a Grundgestalt-like harmony, the chord generates future passages, such as the pentatonic opening of the development and the tonicization of E major in the recapitulation. Downes spends little time exploring each of these connections, and not every claim is convincing. For example, the implied 5-to-1 motion in D major ignores 6 intervening harmonies, as well as the D chord's augmented 6th identity. And yet, interpreting the Narcissus chord as a generative harmony is particularly attractive in a Narcissism-themed narrative, so it's worth further consideration. In Downes' analysis, the Narcissus chord generates both pentatonic and whole tone material through 2 4-note fragments from each collection. The figure on the screen couches Downes' claims in terms of George Pearl's interval cycles. 5 cycles standard for pentatonicism, 2 cycles for the whole tone scale. As the figure shows, the Narcissus chord is comprised of 2 overlapping 5-note cyclic fragments, a 5 cycle stretching from D sharp all the way to B, and a 2 cycle from D sharp all the way to G. Besides integrating Downes' collectional claims within a unified cyclic framework, we can connect numerous 5 cycle and 2 cycle elements from elsewhere in the work back to a single generative source. 5 cycles characterize most of the bass motions found in Narcissus, and a 2 cycle controls the bass just before the retransition. In fact, the bass line extending across the primary theme traverses the exact 5 cycle within the Narcissus chord, with the exception of an intrusive D natural. Similar pitch class correspondence extends to the violin's melody during the primary theme. The first 7 notes of the violin melody derive from the top 5 pitch classes in the Narcissus chord. These are indicated with the empty note heads. We may also derive the opening melody from the chord's 5 cycle structure. If we transpose by T7 the 5 cycle within the Narcissus chord, we generate the black key pentatonic collection, which forms the melodic backbone of the violin's first phrase. As a generative source, the Narcissus chord embodies narcissism. Everything is referential, nothing exists outside of itself. Within our narrative, the primary theme drives toward an expressive peak. The emerging tonal clarity, thickening canonic web, and dynamic build suggest Narcissus' growing infatuation with his reflection. The second theme's comparative tonal and emotional stability create what Tadeusz Zielinski calls a state of bliss and satisfaction. Of course, echoes still pervade the theme, and 5 cycles remain in effect. Each note of the violin melody belongs to the E major pentatonic collection. Furthermore, the piano accompaniment divides the Narcissus chord into its constituent interval cycles. The first sonority projects a gapped 5 cycle, while the second sonority projects a gapped 2 cycle. So you can see this in a little light show there. Okay. So far, we've experienced the first 2 stages of the exposition's dramatic arc. The primary theme's canonically propelled drive toward tonal stability as Narcissus gazes into the water, and the secondary theme's calm yet euphoric B major opening. The final stage is the inevitable emotional decline. Narcissus disturbs the water and, by proxy, the secondary theme's tonal and expressive stability. After moving from E to C sharp from 4 to 5/5, the bass line succumbs to 3 cycle control and falls to B flat. No authentic cadence closes the theme. The image has not yet reformed. The development divides into 4 parts. an energy-gaining transitional passage, a 3-part sequential section, here called section 1, an emotionally restrained, modally inflected section 2, and lastly, a highly agitated and chromatic retransition. Today, I will focus on just section 1 and the retransition. The development's opening passage re-ensnares Narcissus and drives him towards section 1, which, like the secondary theme, serves as another emotional peak. The section's 3 descending fifth sequences are largely within the confines of B minor or its submediant, G major. These keys, of course, being the parallel minor reflections of the expositions B major and G sharp minor. Each sequence sets the primary theme against a new countersubject, and the 2 melodies are traded between the violin and piano through invertible counterpoint. The repetitions and looping harmonic progression once more evoke inwardness and self-obsession. Section 1 creates a smaller dramatic arc within a larger developmental loop. The first sequence mostly maintains the textural rhythmic profile of the preceding transitional passage and prolongs its dynamic drive. The second sequence delivers an extended iteration of the primary theme in the violin's high tessitura, marking the climax of our current expressive arc. An inevitable decline follows. Both the primary theme and the third and final sequence are cut short. The phrase sputters out with increasingly softer trills. The retransition initiates the third and final dramatic loop. The violin, along with the piano's accompanimental echoes, makes 3 separate attempts to launch the reprise, and each fails to complete the theme or reach the original register. Underneath the melodic struggle, the tonally unstable bass line plummets chromatically, creating an expanding registral envelope. When a full iteration of the primary thematic motive occurs after 3 failed attempts, effectively launching the recapitulation, the melodic line corresponds not with the first violin phrase in the exposition, but with the second. In his frenzy to reach the reprise, Narcissus skips the opening, blurring the boundaries between development and recapitulation. The canonic web of primary theme fragments remains in the recapitulation proper, now dynamically intensified, texturally thickened, and registrally expanded. The inevitable ebbing at the end of the primary theme is consequently even more dramatic than in the exposition. The piano reaches its softest dynamic yet with the half-cadential F-sharp 7. And yet, when the secondary theme returns, it is an E major, the subdominant of B. Let's listen from the start of the recap. What are we to make of this subdominant intrusion? One issue avoided so far is the unusual key structure of Narcissus, namely that the global tonic key area, B major, controls the secondary theme within the exposition and not the recapitulation. Thus, the relationship between the secondary themes is not 5 to 1, but at least initially 1 to 4. Within our narrative, I argue that the expositional secondary theme remains trapped within the governing B major tonality, just as Narcissus is locked into a perceptual loop with his reflection. The recapitulation's sudden swerve to the subdominant undermines B's tonic status, disrupting the loop. Such disruption is reinforced in the bass line. E interrupts the 5 cycle that was launched during the primary theme. While I disagree with Van Mora's reading of the subdominant entrance as launching the coda proper, his claim does capture what Kaplan would call the secondary theme's after-the-end temporal function. Harmonic motion decreases, tonic pedals proliferate, and most of the work's central motives, as shown on the screen, are recalled in quick succession. With all this in mind, I argue that the theme exists in some nebulous formal space between recapitulation and coda. It should come as no surprise that several analysts, including Palmer and Van Mora, have concluded their programmatic readings with our protagonist's demise, and my reading is no different. Throughout the work, Narcissus has remained trapped within a looping narrative cycle, seeing his reflection, falling in love with it, disturbing the image, tearfully waiting for it to reform, and so on. There we go. His death, triggered by E major's arrival in the coda-like recapitulatory secondary theme, serves as Lewin's external call to close the perceptual loop in which Narcissus is ensnared. Through the subversion of tonal, formal, and cyclic expectations, E major breaks the loop. That's not really breaking, but and frees Narcissus in death. While one might view the various thematic fragments near the end of the work as Narcissus's final thoughts, something akin to life flashing before his eyes, Hellman intriguingly states that the coda, quote, symbolizes the nymph Echo. While she doesn't elaborate on this, Hellman is likely referring to the final phrase, where 3 motivic fragments, labeled C, B, and A, recall the main themes of the movement in reverse or reflected order. The end of Ovid's poem comes to mind. Farewell, dear boy, beloved in vain, were his last words, and Echo called the same words to him. After the death of Narcissus, Echo, the sonic embodiment of memory, repeats his motives in fragmented form. Her last words, the primary theme's 5-note incipit, serve as a final valedictory echo. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Questions? Nobody? This is not the most active questioning crowd I've ever been to. Thank you, Aaron.
Yeah. Well, thanks, Alan. This was a really cool paper. And also thank you for the free light show.
You're welcome.
I have a really lame question, but just something I want to know. You're invoking sonata form labels here. And in particular, I'm wondering, you're saying primary theme becomes transition. Why are you invoking becomes transition?
As opposed to?
Well, because you've got the same motive repeated 3 times, right?
Yeah. I guess what I would say, maybe a better thing would be that it because the ending of it has that sort of medial caesura-ish sort of vibe with the F-sharp 7 and then going into the dominant. So it kind of ultimately you're like, oh, I guess that was the transition into the next theme because it is sort of leading into the governing B major tonality of the secondary theme. And you sort of realize, oh, I guess that idea I was hearing that was kind of gearing up was the main theme of the work, and that's what kind of drives the whole development. So yeah, it's kind of all of those functions, I suppose, or ultimately serves it. It's a very weird kind of section because it sort of sounds introductory at first before you realize it's the main theme of the piece. But yeah, I guess that would be my answer.
Yeah, because I love your narrative. I love it. But my only question essentially was, why sonata?
Yeah, I mean, the main reason I went for sonata form is just that's what I heard it as originally. But I think I've been thinking more and more recently that I should probably just go with the rotational form thing because there's less baggage with it. But I also still hear it as like sonata-ish, so that's
the development I buy totally. But thank you.
Can you put this particular piece and your analysis of it with a little bit more within the context of his other music? Because it seems like the narrative of this piece is somewhat typical of his style of that period. And one might even say that he could have, ex post facto, chose the title Narcissus precisely because he thought it reflected something about the essence of his very Baroque kind of style during, in the teens, I guess, and 20s.
So if I understand your question, you're saying that like the classical subject sort of reflects
no,
that?
No. I mean, if you think of King Roger and, a lot of his piano music, how should I put it? This has nothing specifically to do with this, but many years ago, the point is Bartók was influenced in his violin music by Szymanowski style, and that's been documented, and that he moved towards this more lush kind of elaborative writing, so that you can, this is a definite thing, and it influenced other people as well. That's what I'm saying. So it's not, I don't think it's particular so much to this one piece. I think this is something, what you're describing has a wider application to his music in general. That's what I'm saying.
Like the narrative structure part
Not
of it?
only, I think the narrative structure goes together with the textures. That's what I have in mind. Maybe that's the implied thought that I have in mind.
Yeah, I think especially with the whole myth cycle and comparing it to his other sort of World War I era music, it's the lushiest, or I guess lushiest, that one. The lushiest of them, and it's the most sort of like romantically tinged of them, and I think they really do. I mean, especially the first movement, I think lends itself to a very clear narrative structure. Even though he says it's just about showing a fountain, that's called the Fountain of Arethusa, the first movement. Right. But I think there is like a very clear narrative there. I haven't really devised one for that yet, but I mean the story of Arethusa, like, it's a pretty dramatic story. So I think I don't know. I think you could easily map on a similar narrative to that one.
The thing is, I mean, this has been discussed. For Szymanowski, it wasn't just classical mythology. It was also this whole thing with Sicily and a mixture of cultures, with Arab culture as well. A kind of so that he kind of romanticized this mixture of cultures.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay.
Okay, well, let's thank Dr. Reese. And let's thank all four speakers for a really wonderful panel. Thank you so much. Enjoy your first evening at the conference.